Hello, everyone. Please welcome Tom Galizia, Google Lead Commercial Partner from Deloitte Consulting. Tom has been instrumental in working with Google leaders and growing the market relationship between Google and Deloitte. The result is significant market momentum for both companies and joint client success. Deloitte and Google has aligned a set of priorities and commitments with SAP on GCP as one of the most strategically important. Please put your hands together for Tom Galizia.
So thank you for coming. How was the morning session? How was the morning session? Okay, fantastic. It really is great to sort of see you all here. It's bright up here, but this is exactly the right time for us to connect and collaborate here at Google Next to really understand and shape our futures in real time. I'd say in the 25 years that I've been at Deloitte, got to do many, many exciting things in many exciting places with great clients, but the last 19 months working with Alphabet Google and the Google Cloud team has been one of the most intellectually enriching times of my career, but also I found myself targeting market impact at a scale that added a comma, honestly. It's a watermark high for me. It's been a great and successful partnership with Google over the last 19 months, and we are very happy that we received Google Cloud's Global Services Partner of the Year. This award is really a recognition of real laser focus. As many of you know, a great team, a ton of hard work, and really unwavering commitment to collaborating and leveraging our collective strengths of both Google Cloud and what Deloitte can bring to our clients to really reimagine, many of you, reimagine your businesses and execute with technology-enabled innovations. We have multiple client-centric solutions. The press has hit it recently, CRN News last week. We issued a press release as well. These are important because it talks to the kinds of impacts and value we can bring to your clients, to you as clients every day. Google Cloud, SAP, and Deloitte have rich histories with one another, and we've come together and really are committed to working with you to take advantage of the business opportunities that you see, that we see, and take advantage and overcome the challenges that many of our business leaders face. To get us in sort of the right mindset for the panel and the discussion, I wanted to share a powerful message on how fast the world is changing. We've seen this many, many times, but it's really impacting virtually every aspect of our lives. And with two amazing young children, 9 and 11, at home, and for those of you who are parents in the audience, I'm guaranteed this video will make you pause for a minute and think about the world we are creating for them to thrive in. So without further ado, let's go to the video.
This is Alex. She's 5 years old, and she was born into a digital world at the edge of a technological singularity, where she could live to be 150 years old. Imagine all the advances of the last 150 years, each discovery building on the last to alter the way we live, relate, consume, and perceive. For Alex, that same amount of industrial and societal change will happen in her next 15. She'll purchase digital rights from brands to create her own clothing, furniture, and decor with digital fabrics. She'll eat organically balanced food that was grown using nanotech. She'll know someone whose life was saved by a 3D printed organ implanted by a doctor operating remotely. She'll carry safer, digitally integrated ID and forms of payment, driven by the blockchain of everything. And that's just until she's 20. She still has 130 years to go. As she enters the workforce, she'll take advantage of autonomous vehicles and rideshare programs, which will alter our entire transportation infrastructure. She'll have robotic and AI-driven support tools, and even colleagues. The very notion of an employee will change. All these advancements will open us up to a new world of imagined possibilities. What role will your enterprise play in creating this world? Her world. You'll need to embrace it as a freely moving digital enterprise, shedding your technical debt. If your company is designed for this decade, it won't outlast it. The pace of change will continue to accelerate. Enterprises will have to adapt faster, all to serve the wants and needs of a 5-year-old. Her future and your future are linked. And leading that future will be your digital enterprise. It's time to reimagine your business model, your organization, your world. It's time to reimagine everything.
I'd like to now invite on stage three business leaders, change agents, and real true collaborators and personal friends of mine, Kevin Ishbrani, Jan Walls, and Pavan Srivastava. So thank you guys for joining us today. Can you please maybe start with just a little bit of background, your current role, and I know all of you are very deep and steeped in SAP, so share a little bit about that with us.
All right, Pavan Srivastava. I'm part of our technology practice, and I've been doing work around SAP for the last 20 years. Definitely focus more around using the innovative technologies around SAP and cloud and SAP HANA to transform the business. And definitely we are going through an exciting time right now.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Jan Walls. For Deloitte, I lead our global SAP practice. I've been working on SAP programs since I was 15, I think. Right? So long time for the firm. I also led our US practice during the days of up and coming S/4HANA. Had to transform our own practice, frankly, to be able to better serve our customers as well.
Fantastic.
We're excited to be here.
Perfect. And I'm Kevin Ishbrani. I manage global alliances for Google Cloud and also have a long history of working with SAP and SAP customers for the last 15 plus years.
Fantastic. So maybe we'll start with you, Kevin. Very keen to hear about what you're seeing, relevant trends, and sort of the latest headlines between SAP and Google and your relationship.
So we've made tremendous progress over the last year since this partnership was announced. In fact, many of you have seen the video yesterday in Diane Green's keynote from Bernd Leukert, the head of engineering at SAP, in which he really underscores that the relationship is, the core foundation is a deep relationship between the engineering teams that are sitting side by side, helping to co-innovate and optimize our solutions to better support SAP products. And so I'll give you some examples. Over the course of the last year, our customers were asking for all of the SAP solutions to be certified for Google Cloud, and we've done virtually all of the SAP solutions are certified now. In fact, many of them were asking for very large landscapes for the large HANA instances, and we announced at SAP Sapphire in June 4 terabyte availability. We now announced at Google Next this week availability of 7 terabytes and natively up to 18 terabytes by the end of next year, so we can handle the largest customers in the world. We are also, for customers that need something very short-term, have a bare metal option up to 20 terabytes. So very significant improvement on the instance sizes in terms of availability, but we're also co-innovating with SAP. We've done things like integrated BigQuery, Google BigQuery with SAP HANA, so we can enable petabyte scale for SAP HANA and enable use cases where large retailers are looking at tremendous amount of data and want to do dynamic upselling and cross-selling or genomic profiling. We're working with SAP in areas around Android. So within the core SAP platform, the SAP Cloud Platform, you can develop native experiences in Android. And we're working in areas like machine learning, embedding that into the core business process of SAP applications.
And Kevin, just watching the speed at which Google has moved into the SAP space, it's been nothing short of impressive, because if you go 24 months ago, all that you described that's happened in that time horizon, and it's pretty amazing just to see the engineering talent. You know, Pavan, I know you've been working closely with Google for quite a while at this point too, right? Close to 2 years. Let me ask you, what does it mean for Deloitte, in your mind, to be not only a premier partner, but also to have been acknowledged by Kevin and the team around the Global Services Partner of the Year?
Yeah, and I think first of all, it's a great honor to be the premium partner, and also excited to get the news around us being the Global Partner of the Year, which is amazing, and I think it has come at the right time. What that really means to us is we are committed to do a lot more investment into this area and build our capabilities around Google Cloud Platform. And the reality is our clients are going through this digital transformation with SAP's new product line, S/4HANA. And for over the next 7 years, we would see a lot of momentum in the market around that area, which means they are expecting us to help them adapt to these technologies and the cloud platform together. obviously understanding the business benefit of how they can leverage cloud platform capabilities for business, how to transform, adapt it, which also means we are heavily investing in this area. And Google Cloud Platform is one of the important aspects of our go-to-market strategy. So this partnership really means that we have the highest level of access within Google about the tools, technologies, innovation, support, and leadership commitment to go into the market. And that is what we are going to bring to our clients to transform their business. Not only that, with that backdrop, we have also announced our collaboration and alliance with Google to bring our industry expertise, our vast experience around SAP implementation, our talent pool, as well as Google Cloud innovative technology to help client extend the digital core platform capability by leveraging Google machine learning and analytics capabilities. So really excited about this partnership.
Fantastic, and I know, Jan, you sort of predicted this tsunami that we're seeing. I was sort of in the room. I know Kevin was at SAP at the time. This was quite a while ago. I might ask you for stock picks later, but really, what does SAP's sort of partnership and market relationship with Google, what does that mean to our collective SAP clients and to some of the prospective clients out in the audience?
Yeah, so SAP, of course, has a lot of tools and accelerators available that we utilize as well to better serve our customers and to build basically on top of that. Now you add Google to the mix. Frankly, that's going to add a lot of power as well, and additional tools and accelerators that will come available over the next months and years, basically. Then some of that is still taking shape. And frankly, it enables us to do things for our customers that simply weren't possible before.
Fantastic. And I think, Kevin, fair to ask you a similar line of thinking. What does the Deloitte market relationship with Google, what does that mean for our collective SAP clients from your perspective?
I think there's tremendous value for clients in that Deloitte has a long history of working with SAP clients and understanding how to manage the landscapes. In fact, Deloitte's one of the largest systems integrators around SAP in the world, and that's what we particularly found attractive. But then when you think of the journey to the cloud, there's multiple steps. The first is the migration, and the ability to de-risk it for clients with prepackaged migration services from Deloitte, combined with the next leg of the journey when customers are looking at transformation. How do I change my business processes, leveraging machine learning and analytics? That generally involves a deep requirement around industry business process. And so Deloitte's industry DNA is also something that's an important part of the solution. Then lastly, a number of customers just want a managed service. They want to move their solutions, their ERP solutions, as for HANA example, into the cloud, and they want to essentially outsource it. And so this new offering that we've worked together with the Deloitte team so that there's a turnkey managed service that includes both the management of the landscape as well as bundling in the Google Cloud services all in one turnkey construct for the customer is something we're seeing customers quite interested in.
Fantastic. I know, Jan, you talked a little bit about the offerings that will be created, and I know you certainly, Pavan, have worked sort of tirelessly on this SAP offering construct around digital transformation. Can you share a little bit what does digital transformation mean with SAP on GCP?
Yeah, so essentially, and I think Kevin also touched upon the same topic, our clients are into various stages of the journey, and they are looking our help and Google's help to help them make the business case, because a lot of them are still struggling to make a business case to move into the cloud, get the full benefit of cloud. So essentially, what we did is we already have a very robust SAP implementation services available and operate services available. We laid over our Google and Deloitte cloud capabilities on top of it to create a storefront where we can help client from end to end, building a strategy, building a business case, understanding the benefit of cloud from the business standpoint, not so much from technology only. So initial taking them to the journey to build a business case, build a strategy, and then moving more into the implementation and migration. Some of our clients are doing a lift and shift migration as their first step before they fully realize the value of SAP by moving to S/4HANA. And some of them are starting what we call it a clean ERP, green slate, leaving the legacy behind. So we have built artifact solutions around it. In fact, we had made some strategic acquisition to help client do a lift and shift to Google Cloud Platform. We are also building adapters and integration with the Google Cloud Platform with our tool sets, which makes it very compelling, easy, and seamless. And last but not the least, I think focusing more on managed services and operate business. We are seeing a great momentum right now where clients are adapting Google Cloud Platform, and they need an SI who can bring an end-to-end service to manage and operate them seamlessly, provide the transparency and the tool sets to manage the Google Cloud Platform. So definitely all of those services under one umbrella, that's what we are bringing to our clients.
So I think a number of the things, the points you made is talking to the landscape that we see, the market landscape and the needs that our clients are articulating. Where are we, and this is to the group, where are we in the game in terms of how big is that pipeline? How fast is it going to convert? Give us a sense of the velocity that we're likely to see over the next 12, 24 months. Obviously early innings, but the tipping point could be quite quick.
I was gonna save some of my thunder until the last couple of minutes, frankly, right? But, as you know, in Deloitte and in front of SAP as well, before S4 was even called S4, I predicted that there was going to be a tsunami of opportunity, basically around S4. Even put an exact date to it, and I was proven right. But the interesting thing is, what most of the people in Deloitte don't remember, I actually made a second prediction then, where the timing, it was a bit harder to predict, but it was going to be, I called it Tsunami 2.0, even bigger wave. And that's the whole combination of move to cloud infrastructure, but also SaaS solutions, even for SAP S4 as well, single tenant, multi-tenant. There's going to be enormous wave that, frankly, the biggest issue that all customers and consulting firms will have in SAP is frankly around talent, because there's going to be such a massive wave of opportunity hitting us over the next 12 to years, frankly, to come, that it's going to be very difficult to manage the workload.
And just order of magnitude in terms of size of the prize, number of clients, can any of you share some of your thoughts on TAM?
I think you could easily say that over even 7 to 10 years, you're talking hundreds of billions of dollars worth of business. I mean, it's humongous.
Yeah, I think when you look at SAP's install base of just ERP alone, it's roughly 60,000 customers plus, and they're adding new ones every day. And as those customers move from their traditional ERP environments to S/4HANA, those are the times there's tremendous business benefit there. And as they do that migration, that is the opportune time to move to the cloud, because you oftentimes need to do a hardware refresh. You may not have the skills in-house. So getting a managed service where you get the services and the cloud all in a turnkey migration, we're seeing those things just go hand in hand.
Fantastic. I mean, it's incredible when you think about the size of the wave that you did predict it, and we're about to surf it with our clients and collectively as a collaboration with SAP. It seems like there are a lot of offerings that are being built, around these hosted SAP on GCP solutions. And I was wondering, Pavan, given the role that you play in terms of market facing, how is Deloitte with Google's teams, how are we helping customers move to GCP so that they can take advantage of not only the services that are there today, but what Kevin and the team are shaping for tomorrow?
Yeah, and so there are multiple stages of clients and their transformation journey and our offering associated with it. So there's a set of clients who are doing a lift and shift, essentially just taking their existing workload and moving it to the cloud to take the benefit of cloud platform. And then there are other set of clients who are just migrating from their traditional databases to leverage the in-memory HANA platform, HANA databases from SAP. We consider mostly this as lift and shift or technology upgrade. So we have acquired a new solution in the market called Atadata, which helps us take these solutions and do a mass scale migration. In fact, we have built a factory, mass migration factory internally that does this very quickly using all the automation and script around it. The second part of conversation that we are having with our client is, which is I think predominantly happening right now, is S/4HANA greenfield implementation, because a lot of our clients are thinking that's the best way to start, leaving all the legacy behind. So we have built our architecture, artifacts, solutions, to help them set up, install, run SAP on GCP, but also take the conversation away from just the IS space to platform as a service, and how we can leverage other feature function of Google platforms, such as APIs, as well as machine learning and BigQuery and analytics, which is a game changer here. So those are the major areas and major set of options that we are bringing to the client. How we are helping our client, obviously, it's a combination of having a right SAP skill as well as having a right GCP and platform skills, cloud native app development skills and infrastructure skill and architecture skill. We are training and certifying hundreds and thousands of people in our US as well as in our India practice to get ready to help this tsunami that Jan is talking about. So definitely that's where we are working mostly.
Perfect. You touched on lift and shift and migration and the importance of enabling tools to get there. And you mentioned Atadata. I'm not sure the audience really knows what that stands for or what it means. And I also think it's very complementary to Velistrata acquisition by Google. So it's worth probably a couple of sound bites on that from some of you on the panel.
Yeah, so I can talk a little bit about Atadata. Essentially, it is anywhere to anywhere. So you move from any combination of your source platform to any combination on any of the cloud platform you can go with. It is basically take the application as a container and move exactly as it is. And if you want to transform while you're doing, there are a certain level of transformation is also possible. For example, you are changing your operating systems. Those things can be handled as part of the Atadata tool. And Kevin, if you want to talk a little bit about the Velistrata.
Sure, and Velistrata complements that by enabling you to essentially shadow your environment on-prem and into the cloud, or if you're running on another cloud and you need to change the hypervisor to run natively on GCP. So really, the two work together to really make the migration more seamless for customers.
Perfect. I want to dig a little bit deeper in some of the previous points, again, bringing the SAP context to life. So how is Google really helping SAP and their clients? You talked about the massive install base. Really embrace not only the technologies that we see today that are available today, that they still need to move to that, but also that are going to define the next wave of technology advancements that you talked about the portfolio play of Alphabet, Google, and bringing that to bear, but the other wave of technology advancements that are right in front of us.
Yeah, what we see is that it's happening, this wave is happening in kind of a multi-horizon journey. So customers are saying, I want to move my existing ERP landscape, as an example, or other SAP products into the cloud as phase one. I want to get the TCO reduction, and I want to get the agility. But then in phase two, once I actually have all the data in one place, how do I now leverage that data for better insights and actually transform my business process and create new business models? And so in phase one, what we're seeing is that as customers move, one of the biggest things, the benefits they see in moving to Google Cloud is not only our price performance, and there's ample analyst data that we have the best price performance, but it's about reliability, security, and network. So from a reliability perspective, again, lots of analyst data that we have the best uptime, which is so critical when you're running mission critical solutions like SAP, because when SAP shuts down, the business shuts down. Yep. And from a security perspective, it's some of the most sensitive data, whether that's financial data, customer data, et cetera. And so this ability for our cloud to be the security that we deliver, there's a lot of uniqueness to that, in that we build every part of the hardware stack. And we have a root of trust chip built in so that we can ensure the security. In fact, many of you are familiar with recent security vulnerabilities at the chipset with like Scepter and Meltdown. Google actually identified those vulnerabilities, patched it, and announced it to the world. So security is one of the key differentiators. And then from a network perspective, not only the network performance, but we have the largest network in the world, and we have actually enough fiber under the ocean and so forth to support a 400% growth in the network required. If the internet grew 400%, we have enough network. And that, we're not stopping there. And so this is tremendous scale. This is the same scale of all the Google products you know and love today brought to enterprise mission critical systems. We spent over $30 billion on investment in order to deliver the market leading platform. And then as customers move to the second wave of their journey, leveraging market leading capabilities like TensorFlow machine learning and BigQuery analytics, enables customers to not only just harvest insights, but actually start to come up with completely new business models.
Yeah, I was in the leadership circle yesterday, and it was great to see PH kind of articulate the journey that our customers have to go on, very much in line with what you described. So for those of you maybe have missed that, we can connect you to that methodology and approach. It's simple yet hard to do. I do want to come to, and by the way, I'm still lobbying to see Google's Navy, which includes ships and submarines. In case you didn't know, it's public, but we're trying to get that invite maybe to a lucky winner in the audience. We can make that happen. What is, and by the way, my son really wants to do that, age 11. He thinks Google is very cool. Deloitte Open Cloud, also very, very cool, and another enabling technology that we have. Can you share a little bit about what is Deloitte Open Cloud? How does it work? Why is it easy to consume for enterprise clients?
Yep.
Either Pavan or...
Yeah, so essentially, Deloitte Open Cloud is a framework that we have developed with a future in the mind. As we are moving into cloud space, a lot of our clients would, whether we like it or not, would be into a multi-cloud environment. And we would see some application running at one cloud, another would be running another cloud. So our Open Cloud really provides a framework to manage and give a single pane of glass for all the applications running at different clouds. So there is a cloud-to-cloud integration. There are all the essential services aspect of managing a platform of any of the public cloud provider. Anything that is essential from DevOps, automation, infrastructure management, logging, monitoring, security, reporting, and billing solutions around it, as well as we move to the second layer of PaaS layer, we will have to manage the custom-built app as well. So Deloitte Open Cloud is our branded offering in the market to manage any of the application from top to bottom, end to end, as a managed services platform.
And maybe speak to the contractual element. Why is it easy? Why isn't it an easy contracting mechanism for clients?
So what we are doing is, instead of client going to an SI or a provider for services, going to a cloud provider for subscription, our Open Cloud allows you to have a single place or single shop, go through Deloitte. We have done all the contracting behind the scene with major cloud providers such as Google Cloud. And essentially, we are the front to the client, a single SLA-based offering to the client. So essentially, we take the ownership of providing the SLA based on Google Cloud Platform, managing end-to-end. Not only that, even if tomorrow you want to extend and enhance, you are just dealing with us from all the way to application tier to the infrastructure management, as well as the infrastructure itself, right? So this essentially simplifies the transformation journey that we are talking about. And not only that, Kevin touched upon having more of a bare metal options. So we are also extending this through other networking solutions to extend our Open Cloud to a bare metal option as well.
I mean, making it easy to consume is critical, and being able to meet the client wherever their needs are is critical. So Open Cloud does that. Jan and I think Kevin as well. We're here in sunny, beautiful California, but the global frame is really important. You're our global leader for SAP. What are some of the nuances around the world that you're seeing around the demand for this service, SAP on GCP? And also, predictions to that extent. Are you seeing innovation out there that we can bring here to there? Just curious what you both see.
Yeah, so twofold, I guess, right? One is, in the old days, I mean, old as in up until 2-3 years ago, maybe, something new would come along, and we would do a massive project or something, right? And then, eventually, 18 months down the road or something, you would deliver this, right? If you see now, actually, it's sort of like the opposite. Eventually you'll deliver something big at the end, maybe too. But along the way now, there's a lot of things you already can do. So already came up like lift and shift. You can do that now. You don't have to wait until the journey is complete to S4. You can just take what you have now and already go for a lower TCO as well. But that's sort of like the cloud migration piece, which in itself will be huge, of course, right? But then if you look at like IoT-enabled supply chain, there's an enormous interest around that. And of course, if you look at AI and machine learning, and there as well, it's not just about waiting to design this around S4 only. There are certain things where there's a business case to do that along the way, even where there's sometimes massive opportunity for savings with specific business processes to utilize standard SAP scenarios around Leonardo as an example. But in combination with Google, makes it even more powerful. And what you see is, I think, over the next year and years, is a combination of SAP making investments, Google making investments, firms like Deloitte making investments. We're going to see enormous possibilities along the way.
And I know you were just in Europe last week, trying to get a feel for that landscape versus APJ versus here in the US, what either you guys are seeing in terms of pipeline demand, conversion, different consumption types.
Yeah, it's interesting. One of the reasons why way back when I predicted a tsunami was for multiple reasons, right? One is the first sign of tsunami is water level recedes. You see the investment in all the technology, SAP ECC is an example, drying up, and then of course, new wave forming, but also a tsunami, it sort of ripples, of course. And somehow in the US, because of maybe the economic cycle as well, but just businesses maybe a bit more willing to invest in new things immediately. Europe a bit more cautious maybe, Asia Pac a little bit in between. But what you see now is that ripple effect where I've used to get phone calls from people in Europe like, hey, Jan, you talked about a tsunami, when is it hitting us? And I was like, well, it's coming. They're like, well, it's not here yet, it's not here yet. And then all of a sudden you get the panicking phone calls asking for resources and help and assistance because all of a sudden the pipeline explodes. Right? And that's sort of the phase we're in right now, where the pipeline has been building up. The big projects about to start. Some of them already started. That's the phase we're in if you look at EMEA and Asia Pac that's coming as well.
Perfect. And Kevin, I know you and I were in Canada several months ago, and then we had our teams in Europe pushing pretty hard on GCP and SAP on GCP. Some of the things that you're seeing from the Google perspective.
Yeah, I would say that when you think of SAP on GCP globally, we're seeing adoption happen throughout the globe, but there's certain countries where we're seeing the adoption happen faster. As Jan mentioned, the US, clearly, UK, we're starting to see a big uptick in areas like France and in Germany and the Benelux region, as well as, I'd say, Australia and Japan. That's where we probably see the largest set of opportunities right now. But like I said, this is really spreading. As Jan mentioned, it is a tsunami. We're seeing it spread to a number of other countries. And one of the things that's going to be so important is just for customers to really prioritize and be ahead of the curve, because I think one of the biggest challenges I see is the services partner community needs to ensure that the scale and the people are on the ground in order to help with these. So planning ahead is really important in this journey.
Yeah, and I mean, that brings a great point around potential friction or bottlenecks that we might have, or capacity constraints that we might have, whether they're human or technology related. Maybe some comments on the early innings, where you're seeing the friction points, what's slowing this tsunami from hitting faster versus it taking its due course.
So one of the things, more and more countries around the world are expecting their data to stay in country. The data sovereignty issues have become pretty significant around the globe, not just in Europe, but in Asia and Latin America and so forth. And so we're putting up new availability zones. As I mentioned, we've put $30 billion in infrastructure. We're putting up new availability zones. New data centers pop up literally every month. We have now 50 availability zones around the globe. And so from our side, that's extremely important to be able to serve customers locally and ensure the data sovereignty requirements.
Perfect. Pavan, I'm curious, there are a lot of options for clients as to service providers, right, that they could potentially choose. So what is the Deloitte difference here? I've spent time in Sapphire, latter stages of my career, the last couple, 2-3 years because of Google. And that's one impressive showing that we have there in terms of the Pinnacle Awards. But what makes us different? Why us to take you on the cloud journey to GCP?
Yeah, so there are various reasons that we are at the top and one of the leading system integrator. But I'll touch upon a couple of points here. First is, if you look at analyst report and if you look at our awards and recognition, we've been getting the Pinnacle Award for last multiple years. In fact, this year we also got the Leonardo Partner of the Year Award, which is exceptionally, well for us. That proves our ability into the space of machine learning and cloud platform. Also, Google's recognition for us as a Partner of the Year and our partnership around going after digital transformation with SAP. So a lot to talk. We're not talking, but our analysts are talking. Everybody's talking that we do have a pole position in the market to help our clients go through this journey. In fact, we have the most number of successful S/4HANA implementation on any cloud platform. We have the most number of solution that is built around Google Cloud Platform. So definitely, that's one area. Second area is our talent pool. I mean, more than 18,000 SAP practitioners, and thousands of them has been certified on SAP as well as on Google Cloud Platform. In fact, we have more than 200 practitioners who are certified together with SAP and Google Cloud Platform, which is a unique skill that we need to bring for all of SAP clients when we are talking about business case to implementation to migration to operate business. So, and we are certifying more into our talent pool. We are making a lot of acquisition, which is more related to this SAP and the cloud specific area. And the last point, I think, which is the most important, is the innovation. I think we have the most number of industry use case and business use case that will deliver value to our client. How best you can leverage the capability of a cloud platform, such as Google Cloud Platform or versus SAP's SAP Cloud Platform running on a Google Cloud Platform. We have created more number of assets and that really solve the business problem or extend the features functionality for digital core beyond just the digital core using those cloud platforms. So those innovations are really making us leader in the market to help client. And those are the real reason that anybody would choose us over other SI to help them. If you have time, I would definitely talk about an innovative solution that we have built and maybe show you a short demo around it. What we call it is, it's an automated invoice management solution, which is built on using Google Cloud Platform capability as well as SAP Leonardo capability, starting all the way from getting the invoice and processing it and all the way going up to the payment. And that is a solution that we are productizing and commercializing and taking to the market along with Google and SAP together. Essentially what it does is it uses Google Cloud Platform Storage Unit, it uses Google Vision API, as well as TensorFlow model using Google AutoML machine learning at the front of it. And at the back end for GIIR clearing and the payment part of it, it is using SAP Leonardo component. So essentially really bringing the power of our business knowledge along with the Google Cloud Platform capability and SAP capability together. So if you are interested, I can definitely
Are you interested?
Play a demo. It's a very short demo.
Are you interested? That's all. I think there's general.
All right, that's good.
Let's get this thing going.
Let's get going with the demo.
I'm going to come back to you, Kevin, I promise.
So essentially, as you can see, it's going to run fast. You have an option of scanning an invoice, viewing an invoice when invoice is created in SAP. Here we are looking at currently, as you can see the bucket, there is no invoice left. So we are picking a paper copy or email or scan copy right now. So you can see this is an invoice, right? And apparently we'll use Google Vision API to scan this invoice, and the OCR characters will be read through using Google API. And behind the scene, the AutoML is running, which is really getting smarter as you keep, scanning more and more invoices. So as you can see, we are just uploading the invoice at this point of time, and it says successfully uploaded. Now, if you go to look at the bucket, you should be able to see a new invoice appearing there. There you go. So the actual physical copy has been scanned, stored into the Google Cloud Platform. And now we are going to look at the invoice. So this is where the AP clerk can look at the actual physical invoice and the data that has been read through the scanner Vision API and see if there is any correction needed. You can also see that green bar on the top which says the confidence factor is 92%, which means the ML is working behind the scene and intelligently trying to read the characters of invoice. At this point of time, you can make correction if it is needed, but hoping that as machine learning gets smarter, you don't have to make a lot of corrections here. So this is the physical copy coming from there, and this is on the left side, you would see what machine learning and Vision API was able to read through. So if you go to the bottom, you can have a submit button, and as soon as you press the submit button, it's going to go to SAP and create the invoice. So let's see what it does there. So it's just showing you the different values, unit price, quantity, amount, and press the submit button. It says you want to submit it, yes, and it's going to create invoice. So 7381, let's remember the invoice number here, long number. And now we're going to go back to the tiles in the front, which is a Fiori app. And now we are logging into SAP and searching if the invoice has been created. So we're going to type the same numbers, press go. There you go. If you can see, the invoice is already posted. And if you click on it, it is going to show you the invoice. And remember, it has the metadata, which is a hyperlink going back to Google Cloud Storage and reading all the data from there. You see in the bottom, the attachment link is there, so you can definitely open a physical copy from the same screen there. So you can imagine all you did is you just press one click called submit, and that's it. The invoice is already created there. And I think there's one step if you are really about the old way of doing things, logging directly into the SAP GUI, you can run your mirror transaction, go for the company code, and it is going to show you if that invoice is already created there. Just to make sure that, yes, Fiori app in the front or in the back end, you can log in and you can see both invoices are created. This used to be a big issue. You have to develop the whole OCR capability, go through a document management solution, but leveraging Google capability, you can do that very easily. And the subscription cost for Vision API and Google ML is very low cost model as compared to any other solution.
I think one thing that's unique too is versus the OCR approaches of the past is this learns over time. So as these new invoices formats come to you every day, it's learning and it's adapting on the fly.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the beauty of it, that your effort keeps going down as you keep going further down. All right, so that's a demo.
Oh, I love it. Well, we'll go to the audience here in a minute for questions. I do want to come back, Kevin, to the ability to co-engineer with you, with Google. One of the things that was appealing to the Deloitte team, I think, was this idea of co-engineer, co-create, and innovate. And so can you maybe share some of the ways that people like Deloitte as well as customers can co-innovate, co-create with you? We saw a solution here that I know our team worked with your team to get it done, but share that.
Absolutely. I think one classic area of that is in the areas of machine learning on how we can optimize business processes. And there's some examples right now where we're co-creating, let's say, with SAP and joint customers. For example, in retail, we have customers, we're working together with a furniture company that wants to bring and essentially do image search against all their catalogs. So I can take a picture of a desk and it matches against what what pictures in the data file within the SAP catalog. There's a lot of work that goes into that. It takes an army of data scientists. It takes a lot of time. With AutoML, together with our engineers in AutoML, we simplified that so it can literally be done in hours, what would take weeks or months, and it's at a fraction of the cost. And so these are the kind of things we're doing together with joint customers. We're working with customers that want to take Google Shopping's trends information and enrich that into their SAP assortment planning process so that you have a richer assortment planning process that takes into account all of the trends that are happening in the market. We have customers that we're working with to take our ad tech content, our rich profile and propensity to buy information, and pull that together with SAP's omni-channel solutions so that we can do things like do precision marketing. When you're doing marketing, it's only as good as the target market that you've identified. And so these are the kind of things we're doing in order to really help customers get to completely new innovative business processes.
Yeah, I think at least my experience has been the ability to bring the different pieces of Google Cloud, which is phenomenal, and then Google itself, which is bigger, and then Alphabet more broadly is really second to none. So it's been great to see how you orchestrate that on your side with important partners like us, but also critical customers. So I know we have a few minutes left. We have time for a few questions if there are any. Otherwise, I've got a couple of more, but I want to make sure if there are any thoughts that you had in the audience that you want to share. I see a couple hands up in the back.
Hi there, thanks a lot. The demo that you just showed, is it available somewhere on YouTube? I just checked. It would be very interesting to get some details.
Absolutely. So if you can contact us, we can definitely show you where it is and give you more detail around it.
All right, I contact you directly by mail. Is it fine?
Yep,
Good.
mail is fine. Absolutely.
Perfect, thanks.
Yes.
May I ask?
If you want to close a deal, he'll talk right now.
Yes.
May I ask another question?
Sure.
I have a question specifically about the integration of the Google Cloud Platform in the SAP HANA Cloud Platform. So what are the benefits for me to migrate my SAP Cloud Platform on the Google Cloud Platform? I mean, all the things that are essentially in what SAP binds there as Leonardo are also available on the Google Cloud Platform. What's the use case? What is the benefit for us as a customer to do that?
So maybe you want to?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So one of the benefits is from a latency perspective. If you have your ERP landscape on the Google Cloud Platform, oftentimes customers want to have the SAP Cloud Platform in close proximity because oftentimes you're building new innovation and extending the underlying core, and you want those within close proximity. The second thing is we're actually exposing some of our core services. So like as an example, our machine learning services will be exposed within the SAP Cloud Platform.
But then I have the machine learning services from the Cloud Platform, from SAP, and from Google.
That's
why would I even choose the SAP Cloud Platform if I can do all of that in the Google Cloud Platform?
So what SAP is doing is providing customer choice. There are a set of APIs that are unique for SAP systems, and then there's generic services that will come from partners. And so they want to offer customer choice depending on the use case.
So we have to look into all details, I guess.
Well, the devil is certainly
Well,
in details.
I think
but
one thing that's important as well is that we're still just at the beginning of a whole revolution around also how we implement ERP as well, right? One of the points I didn't have a chance to make yet is this is not just about cloud migration from an infrastructure point of view, of course. If you look at the move to SaaS as well, it's going to happen at the same time. It's going to make this a huge wave. Because it's all going to be about standardization as well. And the more standard SAP ERP becomes as well, sort of forced standardization because you take the technical debt out of the core and move it to, say, SAP Cloud Platform, running on Google Cloud Platform, right? There's just, that gives you a lot of new opportunities as well over the next couple of years with investments being made by all firms, SAP, Google, Deloitte, you name it, right? We're just really at the beginning of this because the more standardized the ERP is, the more easily it is for us to come up with new solutions as well that will actually make use of that as well.
I do have one last question, but if there's anybody else in the audience, just wanted to check. We started out with bold. Oh, we do have one up here. Can we just get the runner? Thanks.
Yes, so with so many players in this particular space, isn't it going to get very confusing from a customer viewpoint? I understand that, yes, Google is doing its innovation and SAP is doing its innovation and things like that. And now Deloitte is also coming there. And from a customer standpoint, I mean, again, it's like a lot of innovation coming from various places, and we just don't know where to go.
So I think that's a great question, by the way, right? So I can give you my perspective, and these guys can add to it. At the end of the day, I think a customer can only win because of so much innovation taking place. You pick and choose, right? There are certain solutions out there that do some of the same stuff that the demo that we just showed you, but they might cost 1,000 times as much, basically. So, okay, this makes sense to go look into this. You'll see lots of examples developing. It's certainly true that it's all about the platform wars, basically, in the future. And I don't think you can even say that you'll be on just one customer's one choice. It will be multiple. But to figure out how many, and do you go this or that? Yeah, certainly that will be, that will be part of the issue that you have to confront, is whether you get the most value, frankly, because it will be multiple. That's for sure.
So it sounds like that was a bold prediction as well from Jan. Since you're right the first 2 times, I'm pretty sure you're going to be right this time. I know we're at time. I do want to thank certainly Kevin, Jan, and Pavan for being here with you, and most importantly, thank you for choosing this session and spending time with us. If you have questions, please feel free. We'll be here at the very tail end of this session, and reach out to us directly electronically or during the rest of next. Have a great rest of your day. Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I go, there you are. You're not too far behind me.
it's a great privilege, and we are pretty excited that we are here today to talk about artificial intelligence and our perspective on that. And it's really timely because I don't know if you guys saw the news today. We at Accenture and Google, we announced our strategic partnership of setting up Accenture Google Business Group together and how we will drive transformation in the industry together around intelligent enterprises. So I'm personally very excited, and we will speak about that. Just a quick background, I've been recently relocated to US. Prior to this, I was in Central Europe running our applied intelligence business out of Germany for the last 5 years, and just been here last month and to power up our AI agenda in the Valley. And Al and I have been working together. Al is from our strategy practice, leading retail and consumer goods in North America. And we are really trying to bring the industry transformation together, powered by applied intelligence. So very excited to be here speaking to all of you. So in terms of talking about artificial intelligence, I personally believe, being in practice for the last 20 years when analytics, data, and AI was not that cool, I really believe that this is probably one of the most disruptive phenomena we are seeing in the world after the great industrial revolution. We at Accenture, we believe that artificial intelligence is not one single bullet. It's not one single technology, but it's a constellation of multiple technologies coming together. And this combinatorial effect of all of these technologies is what empowers and enables significant business outcomes. And that's what we are going to talk about. Al and I are going to talk about today as to how we are seeing with our clients across industries, how are they making this shift to become an intelligent enterprise. And we are going to talk about some of the client examples, their stories, and more importantly, talk about how to really make it happen, where to start, how to take that journey, what are the areas to focus on. So we'll be focusing a lot on that so that you can take home from here some of those learnings and experiences that both of us had. So right off the bat, you would see me speaking about applied intelligence, and that's very deliberate. It's a strategic choice we have made, talking about applied intelligence and not artificial intelligence. And the reason is we believe that when we talk about artificial intelligence and what it can do for our businesses and for our communities, it's all about applying it. And that's what we believe is the true potential. And one of the things that we believe is that it's also about how humans and machines are going to work together to create this new form of intelligence, right? And apply that intelligence into our businesses and communities. That is going to make it fun. That is going to make it exciting. So we really took a strategic call as Accenture to bring together our capabilities around data and analytics, artificial intelligence, and automation all together, and bring it a global business group called Applied Intelligence that will power up new possibilities and help our clients reimagine their businesses in a completely new way. So as we talk about that, let's get on the same page. AI is a big buzzword, a lot of definitions around it. We wanted to share our view on that, how we look at AI. And it's our prime belief is that it's about creating systems and machines intelligent that can help augment human beings to do their jobs better, help elevate the performance of human beings. And when we do that, it kind of, you can think of this picture, the diagram, it's not an eye chart. Think of it as a flywheel. And it has got kind of 3 concentric layers. The black circle that you see at the center is really the machine learning aspect of AI, which really enables machines and systems to become much more intelligent with every interaction, learn through every interaction that it goes through so that it can improve its performance. And today, what is happening with AI and what's going to happen in the future, I would say this is the kernel, this is the core. And a lot of investment is happening here today, a lot of advancement is happening in the whole machine learning, whether it's deep learning or shallow learning. This is going to be an exciting space and it's getting into mainstream. What comes on top of the learning loop is really the end-to-end capabilities around AI. And as I mentioned, it's a constellation of multiple capabilities, starting from speech recognition, text recognition, those kind of capabilities, using natural language processing, natural language generation, to things like machine vision, for example, and a lot of predictive algorithms. You kind of mash all of that together, powered by the machine learning capabilities. And then on top of that, it really enables organizations to think of what's the art of the possible? How am I going to apply all of these great capabilities to solve a business problem? And that's extremely important. And that's what we call as the application layer. These application layers could be about an intelligent agent for enabling better customer interaction and intelligent customer interaction or personalized customer interaction. This could be about creating fraud management systems powered by machine learning capabilities. This could be around, how do I create a next generation of personalized healthcare, for my patients, right, to get the best outcomes. So it's like people like us here in the room think of different possibilities that reimagines the way we run our business today. And that's in a nutshell how we look at the whole sphere of AI. So when you look at, and when we looked at applied intelligence ourselves, we said the vision of our applied intelligence business should be around the whole sphere of human and machine interaction and collaboration. And today, if you look at the newspapers, every day there is a lot of news, positive news about how AI is going to create new jobs, new possibilities. But there is also another side of the news which says AI is going to take away our jobs. I think the answer lies somewhere in the middle. And we believe that that's a big opportunity. There is not so much of a debate of how to create that middle path and how to apply AI in the business to drive those outcomes and what's the right way to start. And we believe that there was a need for a management guide for business executives like all of us here to chart that out. And we came up with this book called Human Plus Machine, which is really a management guide to how to drive the AI agenda. Our CTIO, Paul Doherty, and our managing director, Jim Wilson, both of them penned this book, and it became a bestseller over the last few months. I would strongly recommend you to kind of take a look at this book. I mean, when I read this book, that comes to me every time, having been in practice for the last 20 years, is that AI is not futuristic. It's been there for the last 40, 50 years. And what's making it real now is the availability of computing power, the availability of data, and all the APIs that are available today. That's making it real. Today, we are looking at companies who are using deep learning and machine learning capabilities to sequence the entire human genome, for coming up with personalized medicine and personalized treatment. At the same time, we are looking at speech recognition capabilities and algorithms that is really enabling the next generation of human interaction, customer interaction, and almost being representing the brand of the company, where AI is becoming the new UI for the whole company. And this is happening right here, right now. And that's what we believe, that AI is happening. It's available, it's achievable, and it's affordable. And that makes the whole discussion so much more exciting. So some of the seminal research that we did over the last 6 to 8 months, we interviewed about 1,000+ business executives across the globe. Few key things came out, and I want to share with this group. First and foremost, 85% of the executives that we interviewed indicated that they are going to invest in AI in the next 3 years. So obviously, a lot of optimism around it. We did the research around understanding how major economies and global industries are kind of looking at adopting AI. And our research showed that applying AI is going to help improve profitability on an average to about 38% when you look at all the major industries. It also showed us that it's going to have a huge potential economic output, boost to the economic output in the order of about $14 trillion when we look at the 12 major economies across the globe. What it also showed us was that the whole labor productivity is going to increase by 40%, when we look at the time horizon between now and 2035. And the premise was really around AI being able to help augment the human workforce, keeping people at the center, but also a big focus around the whole interaction between human and machine, where the machine is doing a part of the work, handing it over to the human being, and vice versa. A new level of collaboration will start, which is going to completely reimagine the future of work and future of our workforce. And that's going to be extremely, extremely exciting and interesting, as we are going to witness that. So having talked about all of that optimism, and all of that potential that AI and the capabilities are bringing together, what does that pivot means to being an intelligent enterprise, right? And Al and I am going to now spend the time to talk about the examples of our different client industries. But I want to kind of hone on some of the core principles or traits that we are seeing with a lot of the successes that organizations are having in their AI journey. And these are around the 4 broad themes. The first one that I would like to highlight is about how AI is enabling companies to become much more flexible, much more agile. And I call it as reimagining the whole business process, which is not static, which is not rule-based, which is not just following the standardization principles that has happened in the 90s and the early 2000s, but really reimagine the entire business process that I call as living, as adaptable, which is going through a virtuous cycle and a constant learning loop. It is taking all the signals coming in from the different data sources and then taking the actions and decisions and constantly learning. And that creates a completely new dynamism around how we manage our businesses and processes globally. The underlying factor around creating a living and adaptable process is really the data and availability of data and making real-time decisions. And that means the second big trait for AI-led companies is to become data natives, empowering all of our associates and workforce to be savvy with data, to be having access to all the data that is needed to do their jobs better, and ability to make real-time decisions with the power of data and insights. It has a huge mindset shift that happens when you move from a process-centric organization to a data-driven business model. It's a different mind shift and needs a lot of cultural change, a lot of leadership commitment, really to walk the talk. And then the third big area is around the network effect. And the way I characterize network effect is how you take a success in one part of the business and really democratize that and industrialize that across the entire organization. Successful companies are able to do that. And when you do that, you are following the whole constant learning loop cycle, which doesn't recognize organizational boundaries. So you are breaking the silos that exist within the organization, not just within your organization, but across your extended supply chain, both with your customers as well as with your suppliers. And that creates a completely new set of exponential growth opportunities. And when we do all of these, it's very important to really be responsible in terms of how we deploy the AI systems into our business or into our daily lives, into our society, and so on and so forth. And I'm going to talk about that as we go through the presentation. This is going to be a very important aspect to create trust and reduce the skepticism and concerns that are there with AI. So I wanted to leave you all with these 4 themes. And now we are going to delve into the examples where we will touch upon this and bring it to life. And with that, I want to welcome Al and walk us through some of the examples.
Thank you. Thank you, Arnab. A pleasure to be here. I'm excited to talk about it. We're going to talk about 4 different industry examples of how we think about applying applied intelligence. And some in the audience probably care about the how and how we used it, and we'll definitely talk about that and be open to some Q&A on the mechanics of what we do. But I would also imagine for most of my conversations, I do strategy work, so most of my questions are usually starting with a why. What's the business case for applied intelligence? What's the return on investment? It's a significant investment if your organization comes from a history of having never done it before. So the examples we're going to show, and essentially all of our examples, really hit on these 5 use cases. So if you're out there charged for your team with creating a business case around investing in AI, look to these 5. I think you'll find it. But as a broad coaching, I would tell you applied intelligence is going to change how our consumers experience our product and services. They are going to change what even we sell as products and services, how those products and services, what products and services we should sell will be influenced by AI. And then lastly, which you're going to see a lot in the examples, how we operate as a business because of AI. So the first industry we'll pick on is consumer engagement. So think about brands and retailers and how the consumers experience us. Let's first set up a little bit of the problem state. Where is the industry today? And where is it going? How is technology changing it? Just like we talked about how dramatic this digital revolution is. If you're selling products, either as a retailer or a brand direct selling to the customer, in this industry, this is what you face. You face an explosion of channels, not just that are new ways of connecting to your customer and sharing information with your customer, but every one of these channels, I don't care who your partner is, every one of these channels now has development kits and technology available to be able, in the moment of that content being delivered, take the order. We as product companies and retailers haven't yet built the infrastructure to satisfy that order, but what the customer sees is at the moment that they feel a moment of desire, they can reach out to somebody they trust and say, I want it. So we as retailers have to adapt to this. We have to understand and invest in how to build that, but if you think about a traditional retailer or brand, being able to handle all of the choices that I have to make about what content to put in which channel and how to talk to each individual consumer, that's overwhelming and not doable with our current historic infrastructure. So we as retailers or brands grew up and built companies and business models built around wholesale business models where I bring product from manufacturer to the end consumer. But all of a sudden, if across all of those channels, I'm going to have all this persistence of relationships, and I'm going to have to remember who my customer is in all of those moments so I can respond appropriately, it changes the fundamental platform of retailing. We still need all the old platform essential elements, the means of production, the means of getting that supply to market, stores to distribute, marketing to bring the customer demand. But the essence of our relationship changes because of all of these digital channels. So we start where I grew up in an industry where I could go and talk to a customer to drive growth. I could increase their traffic, I could increase their conversion rate or their basket size. Those were all the levels of the business. But today, if we're going to drive growth in our businesses, we really have to move the revenue spending of that customer, and we have to do it competitively. So some of you will recognize the LTV yield equation on the lower left side, but if you're a traditional retailer, you never built your model to do that. So how do I start thinking about all the revenue dollars, the share of wallet that I have with that customer, the share of occasions, the share of use, and really optimize when and how I'm servicing and touching that customer? Can't do that with just my historic processes and systems. You really need two things. You need the ability to predict an individual customer, what their desires are, and how those desires change over the use occasion and where they might be at that moment in time. And most of our customers or clients might have a Laura, but we're not talking about a Laura as a personality. We're talking about Laura J. Smith that lives on 123 Maple Drive and goes to work here and transits on this hub. That is a profound difference for the way we've built our companies and how we make decisions about how to deploy money to drive demand. So it's profound in retail. And then secondly is when I get that demand and she says I have desire and she's able to reach out to me because I've built these digital channels, how do I get that service to her? How do I engage all my trading partners? How do I make the right decision about what inventory to bring her and who should bring it to her? I can't do that with just people. I need to superpower these people. So I'll give you a little example of where we did it with one retailer. This retailer provides services, products and services. And when we walked into the client, they had gone on a little bit of hiring. They were going to learn to use data and analytics, and they'd hired some data scientists. And those data scientists were doing multivariate testing. In this particular example, I'm talking about how to market. So they started with marketing in this example. And those data scientists, each individual one could do about 3 multivariate tests, and a good, well-run, executable multivariate test would give them results in 3 to 6 weeks, depending on the complexity of the test. And if you and you can understand that if you understand all those marketing channels that we just put up on that board earlier. Think about all the permutations if I'm going to go place an ad on search, or I'm going to place something on YouTube, or I'm going to place something on Instagram, or I'm going to place something on Facebook, and then think about making decisions across all those things. The permutations of what content and what decisions and what offer are huge. And we were using data scientists to really mathematically tackle that and scale tackle that at about one of those good tests, a couple of those tests every 3 to 6 weeks. So the reality is we said we need to get this so you don't need to be a data scientist to do it. How might I use applied intelligence to look at all those permutations, to let a person who's charged with growing demand and growing revenue yield in this market pick the targets that she thinks is important for her strategy, like how do I retain my existing customers? How do I optimize the lifetime value of a high-value customer? How do I target cross-sell in different products? How do I increase market basket? Let business users ask business questions and let machines scale the quality of that question by running tens of thousands of multivariate tests, by being able to iterate across all those permutations. Once you understand that, and I use marketing because it's relatively understand all the permutations we have to make as decision makers, but once you understand that and build an organization that can start to use machine learning and data in that way, you don't just stop at marketing. You start thinking about, well, I might think about my product completely different. I might test and have unique product by market. I might modify my market. I could test that product before it ever comes. I'm certainly going to use this for price, promotion, and placement's probably one of the most, as we get to last mile delivery everywhere, placement becomes a strategic place to use AI that drives the profitability of your firm. So I used a simple example, but hopefully the idea comes across in consumer products and retail. It's the plethora of emerging ways the consumer can talk to us and the need for us to talk to them individually that requires us to use machine learning and applied intelligence. And on none of these examples do we take away the role of the person. We completely redefine their job. I'm going to turn it back to you to cover the next section.
Thank you, Al. That's so powerful, as you talk about how we can reimagine the whole way to engage with customers and consumers, and we being all in this space. This is amazing. I mean, the way right now, for example, Netflix or Amazon, the way they are engaging with all of us. I mean, all the investments they have done, over the last many years is really acting the flywheel effect we can start seeing, right? So yeah, thanks for sharing that story. So I'm going to take a little switch now from the consumer to the food and agriculture industry, and this is something close to me, given I am such a big foodie. We are seeing a huge application of AI in the field of agriculture. When you look at agriculture today, statistics shows that across the world, there are over 795 million people who don't get access to quality food. As we look at the growth of the population globally, over the next 50 years, the amount of food that has to be produced in the different agricultural farms is going to be much higher than what has happened over the last 10,000 years. And how can AI really enable, to reimagine agricultural operations and empower farmers, to make decisions, everyday decisions, with the power of intelligence that is coming in? It's a complete change and shift in their business model. We have been working, with this client, who is a big agricultural manufacturer, have, acres, millions of hectares of agricultural land, and the challenge they are faced with is a lot of the decisions in terms of, which part of the, farm with thousands and thousands of trees and plants being grown, where to put their attention. Typically, they do a sample size, and people would go into the fields, and they would do their, samples, and they'll come back, and then they'll do an analysis. Based on that, they will take a lot of gut feel decisions. How is the weather going to look like tomorrow? What kind of soil condition we are seeing today in the sample set? Where should I actually do more nutrient injection? Where do I need to water my plants better? And so on and so forth. But it's a hugely manual process, and this is where we came in. And we worked with this client, over the last couple of years. Initially a pilot, now we are providing a precision agriculture service, which is nothing but AI at the center of it. Starting with being a data native. Being a data native, helping the client to actually look at data that is coming in, from aerial images with drones flying on the top of the agricultural farmlands, taking aerial images to show the kind of distress that the crops might be at, which is not possible when you go, down there. Looking at, IoT devices emitting soil chemical composition information, as well as weather information. And triangulating all of that into a cloud-based platform, applying machine learning and a lot of machine vision capabilities on top of that to really come up with predictive recommendations that can go up to the farmer and on their mobile device, really giving them guidance and assistance in terms of what specific intervention needs to be made that particular day, that particular week, based on all the multiple parameters that we are seeing coming in from the soil information, the weather information, the color of the leaves, whether there is weed formation happening somewhere, which parts of the plantation that's not actually growing properly, and giving very personalized recommendation and targeted recommendation for the farmer. Taking it one step further, integrating that intelligence back into the work management system of the broader agricultural company to help deployment of the right resources in the right way, in a smarter way. And as we do that, think about the living, adaptive process that I mentioned earlier. The farmer, the agricultural operations manager, they became part of that learning loop. And they received the recommendation, they looked at the recommendation, took an action, the feedback was good, they looped back the feedback into the learning system. If the result was not that great, they also provide that feedback. As a result of that, the whole precision agricultural engine started becoming smarter over a period of time. And then it scaled from applying to one particular farmland to hundreds of those farmlands across different crop varieties over a period of 6 months. And that's AI at scale, industrialized across their businesses, and really completely changing a mind shift. This company came from a mind shift of, in the past, they would take more rule-based, experience-based decisions. And today, it's all happening with data, becoming data native, and really living the new adaptive agricultural process where the farmers and the agricultural machine operators, all of them are part of the new AI learning system, providing feedback on every interaction, every iteration. And what does it result in? It results in higher yield of the produce, better quality, optimization of resources, water resources, nutrients, human labor, and primarily it's augmenting the human to actually, whether it's the farmer or the operator, agricultural operator, to make better decisions, make better profits, serve people like you and me with better quality of food. So that's one story I wanted to share in terms of a journey. This is going on. It's a big transformation journey. And based on the success, and I had an opportunity of meeting the person who is running it. He's like a 28-year-old guy. This is a family-run business. He's the son of the CEO and chairman, and he's running it. And it's creating a completely new cultural shift within their enterprise, which was kind of an archaic business, and now this is the cool part of their business, which is completely changing the way they operate and the way they move forward in the business moving forward. So the next one that I wanted to talk about from there, since that I know I've talked about food and all of you are hungry, I guess, or had your lunch. The next one I want to talk about is really about creating safe and secure society. And this is really happening now. This is what you're seeing here is from the city of Singapore. And they have an initiative called Safe City. And we had an opportunity of partnering with them to really look at all the unstructured data that is coming in from video recordings, that is coming in from all the natural text information, web chat information, social media information, looking at all the traffic signals and traffic patterns, and how to create a command center, an AI-driven command center that will help the government to monitor crowd movements across the cities, understanding and predicting how the crowd behavior is going to look like on a particular day of the week, on a particular big event day or a game day, how does it look like? And based on that, understanding how can we optimize the whole setting of the city, right from traffic management to taking care of any kind of emergency prevention, how many resources we need to apportion for taking care of any kind of risks that might happen, so on and so forth. That's kind of a new capability that has been developed. What it also does is not just looking at predicting crowd behavior, but also anticipate what kind of incidents can happen that might have a security threat or any kind of risk. And how do you actually predict those in advance and then prepare for those kind of events in advance so that you're not taken by surprise. when you look at these examples, it's not about just about how we are industrializing and scaling this capability, but it's also about a new capability that is just not possible with human beings and how we are helping human beings. And one of the example is, for example, there's a game day going on, and thousands of people like us, we go into the game, into the stadium. One person went with a backpack, and then after 2 hours comes out without the backpack. The human being is just not going to make that out. But the machine realizes that and gives an alert. This is a simple example, right? And obviously, it has to be done in a way that it's responsible, it takes care of privacy and so forth. But this is a completely new capability that if you can scale, is going to create a much safe and secure environment for the entire city. And you can scale it across multiple cities. I mean, in the country that I'm coming from in India, our new government, new minister, there is a big initiative around digital cities. There are 100 cities that are getting digitalized and using the smart city concept. And the advantage of AI is that you can actually scale this pretty fast. Once you have proven the success, you can then replicate that models pretty quickly, across the other cities. And that's, I think, is a huge, huge power that impacts all of us. The third example, that I wanted to share, this is something we are applying to ourselves. I think Al mentioned, alluded to that. We as Accenture, we run, apart from the work that we do in terms of developing the strategy for our clients, executing that strategy through technology deployment, reimagining the whole digital transformation, and then finally we help our clients manage the operations, And this is a big business for Accenture. And we are, as we speak, over the last 2 to 3 years, we are transforming ourselves. We are reimagining how we manage the business processes of our clients. And we are applying AI at the core of it. 2, 3 key dimensions. One of that is obviously to take cost out. But the bigger purpose is how do we actually enable our associates? We have 100,000 associates working in that part of the business. How we enable those associates to do much higher value-added work. How we enable managing those processes in a completely new way that is powered by AI so that it's more accurate. It's compliance ready. It's helping us to manage any kind of fraud that might be happening. It enables us to manage better customer relationships and supplier relationships. And that's really the core purpose, as to why we are reimagining our own business process, business operations with the power of AI. The example here I took from was on invoice management. Roughly around in a year, we work with about 2,000 clients in this space, 200 clients in this space, with over 70 million invoices that goes through Accenture. We are responsible for authenticating those, managing those, validating those. It was done with over 6,000 plus full-time equivalent employees who were doing that. It was a hugely manual process. And we brought in artificial intelligence and machine learning at the core of it that completely reimagined this process. What we are doing here, and we are working very closely with Google in driving this, where we are using basically Google Vision API, which is really a powerful out-of-the-box capability that is helping us to extract the natural text that is there in the invoice picture, along with the spatial information of that particular picture, and then bringing that together, concatenating that together to extract features from those concatenations. And we created what we call as basically these are digitalized tokens, a word with a position where it is placed. And each of them we are uniquely identifying as digitalized tokens. And then we are making multiple vectors around those tokens to help create features that uniquely define that. And then those features are then used to train the deep learning models, which are then fed back into the live system of all the invoices that we have to validate that, to check for issues, errors, if there is any kind of potential fraud or compliance issue, and flag that to the humans. And then the human associate doesn't have to do all the grunt work that was being done earlier, but now is more in an advisory role and is more in a supervisory role, whereas all the grunt work of validating, checking, and accuracy and all of that is being checked, and then there is a green light given, and if there is a green light given and the human agent has approved it, it goes on for processing. if there are fraud or compliance-related issues or missing information or some duplicate information, some conflicting information, that's flagged off as well to the human agent, and then the human agent accordingly takes more supervisory and advisory kind of function from there. And the fact that we are deploying it on Google technology with the cloud platform, it has really helped us scale from 1 client to 200 clients today. And the fact that we are managing 70 million invoices in a year, it gives us a huge amount of data sets with different form factors of invoices, different kind of text orientations, and all of that to train and make our intelligent engine much more efficient as days go by. And we are right now over 90–95% accuracy in terms of the checking the validations of these invoices. So that's a huge impact for us. It helps us give better service to our clients, at the same time creates a much more foolproof business process system. So having talked about the examples that Al talked about on consumer, we talked about from how it helps with agriculture, whether it's about reimagining our own business process. I want to kind of spend time a little bit now in terms of how to get it right. I mean, all of these are great stories. We talked about some of the examples. And I want to touch upon 3 key tenets or secret sauce that we are seeing that is very important to get the intelligent enterprise journey right. The first and foremost that we are seeing with clients who are very successful in this is really figuring out the human-machine collaboration. This is the first C, the collaboration C. This is extremely important because human beings have certain strengths around creativity, decision-making, judgment, whereas the machines have strength really around doing things in a repeatable manner, high accuracy, high speed, right? How do we bring that together and design systems, AI systems, that really take care of these 2 angles very well? Is going to be very, very important. It is going to address the fact whether humans are going to compete. Absolutely no. Humans are going to work together with machines powered by these AI systems. And you can think of it almost as if human ingenuity is actually getting complemented with intelligent technology. And organizations need to really figure this out very well. And this is not just a technology play. It is about reimagining the whole persona as to who is going to use that system. Whether it's that agricultural farmer, whether it is the customer value manager or a marketing manager, whether it's the supply chain manager, whether it is the event manager, who is going to use the AI system and how he or she can then work with the machine to actually create a much higher performance, much higher outcome. And keeping that design thinking in mind when you develop the AI system is extremely critical. So that's the first C. The second big focus is really around capabilities, and capabilities that are end-to-end. And I wanted to touch upon this because people sometimes feel that capabilities means technology, which we have all talked about so far, all the different algorithms, all the machine learning capabilities. Yes, that is great. But that's just one part of the capability. The second big part of the capability that is required is the fuel for the whole AI system. That's the data. That's the data platform. How do you get your data supply chain in place? Because that's going to be the concrete asset on top of which you will be actually building all of these AI systems. It's also about how do you then embed the AI system into your business functions, into your business processes. And that requires a different skill, different capability around adoption, around change management, around making sure that employees are really believing in it and there is a tangible value for the employees within the organization. And how do you bring all of these end-to-end capabilities right from having a strategy of AI to actually creating the platform, enabling all of these different capabilities that we spoke about earlier, and then how do you manage the change and the adoption into the business? That creates real transformation. And then the third one that I want to speak about is, as you think of these capabilities, how do you go about building those? And that's where the third C, which is the connections, is extremely important. And we are seeing that, and we did a big research on this last year around how to increase the artificial intelligence quotient of organizations. And we saw that the companies which are taking an outside-in approach, by that I mean taking an approach of bringing innovation not just from within, but from outside, working with startups, working with research institutes, working with the academia, they get a boost start compared to the companies which are trying to do everything in-house. So a critical decision factor that every leading organization in the AI space will have to think about is what they build on their own, what is it that they want to buy from a service provider, and what is it that they borrow? What is it that they get inspired with, using the power of startups or the academia or the research partners? And I think that partnership ecosystem is going to be extremely critical, especially as we scale the AI agenda within the companies. So having spoken about that, I want to leave with this last thought, is that as we think of reimagining the business, as we think about creating the transformation, we have to do it in a very responsible way. AI is a profound technology. It has a huge value potential. But how do we make sure that there is a certain level of accountability that comes in when we are deploying AI systems? How do we make sure that organizations are thinking about every stakeholder, not just the customer, not just the supplier, the employees, the government, the policymakers, how we think of all of those stakeholders, right? And how do we create a right amount of governance model and operating model to see, as decisions are being taken by AI systems, who takes the accountability? Whether it is the algorithm which is accountable, whether it is the person who made the algorithm is accountable, whether it's the person who is actually the sponsor of this whole initiative, who is accountable for that? And these are questions that needs to be really thought through very, very carefully. And as you go through that transformation, think about the people. Think about the people that needs to be reskilled, that needs to be rotated into the new AI journey, so that we don't leave anybody as we go into the journey. How do we take the people who probably are not skilled, who probably don't understand and appreciate? How do we educate them? How do we make them the advocates of the AI journey? And more importantly, how do we make them successful in their career and in their journey with AI? And last but not the least, security. How do we make it all very secure so that there is no bug that comes into the AI algorithm which is running a manufacturing operations or a customer operations, because there is a lot of reputation risk associated with that. How do we manage that in a very responsible manner? So with that, I would like to bring it to a close here. Personally, being in the practice for so many years, I feel this is an amazing field. Few things I want us to remember, that AI is all about augmenting human beings. How do we think about creating living and adaptable business processes? And how do we really make sure that we are all becoming data natives and enabling that new culture within the organization? And as we do that, how do we make sure we do it in a way it's responsible, it creates trust, transparency, and addresses people's concerns and take them together in that journey? So with that, I think we have some time for Q&A, and Al and I would be happy to take any questions from the audience. Thank you very much for listening to us.
I would only add one other thing.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. One other thing, we'll be around. We're down at the Accenture booth. I know there's not a lot of time. There's going to be another session right after us. If you want to talk more deeply about your company's individual situation, find us at the Accenture booth.
Absolutely.
We're down in the lower floor of Moscone South. I think there's some mics out there. We have just a couple minutes for a few questions if anybody has any detailed questions. These questions are streamed, so just hold on until you get the mic before you ask the question. Okay.
So the question is, considering that you are a consulting organization, when it comes to helping the customers with the digital transformation as far as AI, machine learning is concerned, do you see yourself competing with the Googles of the world and the AWS of the world and the Azure of the world, who are the ones for providing the technology and things like that?
Great question. Great question. I think the whole space of AI, and if you saw my last one slide, we talked about collaboration. I would say in the space of AI, it's a hugely collaborative space. Because there is a need for bringing in multiple technologies together. And we as Accenture, we believe in partnering with our entire ecosystem. Right now we are talking about Google. So Google, today we announced a big partnership with Google to really drive the whole intelligent enterprise, the theme of our presentation, how we'll drive that in the industry. Because we believe that Google brings the technology that is required for us as Accenture, where we bring in all these additional services on top of it using the Google technology, rather than we trying to rebuild any new technology on our own, right? What we bring in is basically the industry know-how, our data science expertise, which is then working on the platforms of the likes of Google to deliver this service and this transformation outcome to our clients. And that has been our journey so far, and I think we are very excited with the opportunity it brings with partners like Google.
Question in the back.
Hi, so I just had a question about one of the examples you had around getting feedback. So with the agriculture example, you talked about how farmers would historically use just these rules to do this farming, and then now you're kind of collecting data over time. What's the incentive for these people to really give you that data? If I imagine in the short term, actually using the rules will be better than this new AI approach.
Great question, great question. So I would say first and foremost, this engagement that I talked about was, being driven, as I said, by, the chief digital officer of the company who had this vision. So we first actually, helped in architecting that vision as to what does the new age of farming looks like, when we talk about artificial intelligence. And we actually brought in, some of the farmers from the field to talk to them, saying that what is it that would make their lives much easier. And one of the things that they talked about was that, every day when I wake up in the morning, I need to go into the field, right? And then I'm in the field for a few hours, and I don't find anything, right? And the reason they don't find anything is because they have just some gut feel that they will find something, and they're just going in, every day it's a routine activity. And we realized that if we have a solution that helps that farmer to be more targeted, saying that, okay, in this 1,000 trees that you have, these are the 10 trees that you need to go after and look for them, right? It's a huge value add for them, because then they will be productive for the rest of the day for doing other plantations, right? And that means more money, better livelihood for them. And we kind of took that as a pain point. So the way I would see it is it's about thinking about what's their real pain point and then bringing that into picture. And then we had these 10 farmers who were part of the initial pilot. They became the ambassadors. They started testing the system. Then they went and talked to 10 of their other peer farmers, and that's how the change started happening.
Hey there.
You're fine. We can hear you.
Go ahead. Okay, cool. Being at Accenture, I'm very excited for what Accenture is doing in the AI and the machine learning space. My question is, what's your recommendation for individuals who are very interested in the AI machine learning space? What can we do to actually participate in this kind of initiative? And what are some of the learning curves we have to go through to be savvy in this industry?
You want to take a shot at it from strategy?
I'll take a start. I don't know if you're talking about within your own organization or as you look at developing your careers. I think almost all of the examples we've used here were examples of companies or cities where you had strong leadership that invested in the idea that data is going to drive and analytics is going to drive how I'm going to make the future of this city, this business, this company, this product, my relationship with my customers, and then articulates that down and makes the corresponding support and investments. So if I have college-age kids right now, and when they say, which jobs should I look at? I tell them to look at the leadership of the company and where they're investing. And I think that's where you have to look as a young person trying to grow your career.
Maybe I can add my personal experience. So I landed into analytics in 2000, and that was by accident. I was into pure strategy consulting before that, and it was a pure accident. I just wanted to have a normal industry job. Started with GE and then with HP, running analytics for them globally, and then AI. I would say this, I think as individuals where we are, the things are moving so fast, we have to constantly unlearn and relearn. That's the new culture I think that is needed, so that we are always able to update ourselves as leaders and our teams and inspire them. Because things are moving so fast, if we just don't have that culture, we will get outdated and irrelevant very, very quickly. And I think that's going to be a very important trait for successful organizations which leads in AI. As Accenture, we are going through that massive transformation over the last 5 years. We never had an organization called Accenture Digital, and we have created it from scratch over the last 5 years with a CEO. So we have a career path for people, right from the analysts when they join from the school, the data scientists whom I hire from the colleges, they can go up to the CEO, of the company. And that gives a huge amount of career opportunities for people, but it needs a lot of intellectual curiosity, questioning back yourself every day, and as I said, unlearn and relearn. I think that is the key.
think we're good with time. Thank you. For any of you that didn't get your questions answered, come find us.
Thanks, everybody. Take care.
welcome Mike Aiello.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for coming to the Security Spotlight. I'm Mike Aiello, Director of Product Management for Security and Privacy. So we've got 4 things that myself and my colleagues are going to cover. We're going to talk about our progress in security and privacy over the last couple years, how we think about trust and what we believe as a cloud provider, some new product announcements that we're excited to share with you, and we're going to give an update on our partners in the overall ecosystem. So we've made some great progress in the last few years on security. Secure by default has been a key design principle as we've built Google Cloud and our cloud products. We were recently recognized by Forrester as a leader in security and the leader in security strategy. And look, the reason I wanted to highlight this is that the reality is 3 years ago, we probably wouldn't have been on this slide. So we're very excited about the progress that's happened and the acceleration that's continuing. But that said, it's nice to get some external validation from Forrester and Gartner and our other analyst colleagues. But the real evidence here is improving the security of our customers and how that trust in Google and that security is accelerating. So I want to spend the next couple minutes just talking through some of our customers. And if you're here today, thank you. So I want to highlight several customers here who have provided public examples or statements on how they're using Google Cloud security products to make their enterprises and their platforms secure. These customers have gone on record that Google Cloud is making them more secure. So we're very happy to have them, and thank you if you're here today. Next, we wanted to highlight some of our customers in the financial services sector. And as you know, these are among the most security-conscious, security-sensitive, highly scrutinized, highly regulated organizations in the world. And they've chosen to put their trust in Google Cloud, and we're very happy to have them as our customers. Finally, I wanted to highlight some recent customers in the healthcare sector. Again, these are very highly regulated organizations. They're very security conscious, and they're literally managing some of the most sensitive data that exists, period. We're very happy to have them as our customers. But enough from me. I wanted to bring up Mike, the Chief Information Security Officer from the state of Arizona. Arizona is one of our 7 G states who have deeply partnered with Google. And we're going to hear from Mike about how Arizona is using Google Cloud to protect citizen data in Arizona. And why don't you come up, Mike, and tell us a little bit about yourself.
All right. Thank you, Mike.
Hey, thank you.
You bet. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm Mike Letman. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer for the great state of Arizona. As Mike said, we are the 7th G state in the nation. We made a decision that we wanted to improve our productivity amongst our organizations. We're a diversified state or a decentralized state. So basically our agencies act independently. So we wanted to figure out how can we collaborate better? How can we build efficiencies and economies of scale? Our governor made it very clear he's a businessman. So he wanted to drive productivity and drive efficiencies and do it at a lower cost if possible as well. If we're cost neutral, that was going to be okay. Cost was not our driving factor. It was productivity. So we made a decision to move to the Google Suite. Right now we have, and this is for the executive branch within the government, 3 branches of government for those of you that don't know Government 101. And for the executive branch, we have about 91 agencies that we're responsible for, and we're rolling out email and calendaring to begin with, and we're encouraging the rest of the Google Suite as we roll out. Our part of the organization, the administration, has rolled out the entire suite, removed our other products, and we are fully utilizing the Google Suite at this point.
Awesome. So you have a choice in cloud providers. How did you evaluate the security of Google Cloud?
So my team is the cyber disruption team for the state of Arizona. And so our responsibility is, as we move forward with technology, and again, our governor being a businessman wants the state to move forward. He wants us to be the leaders in the space. So we have to find ways, okay, how is this secure? We can't say, no, we're not going to move forward. We're not going to evolve. So what we look at, being a government entity, we tend to rely on NIST, for example. We also pay close attention to the Center for Internet Security, the top 20 things you can do to protect your organization. And what they've done is if you're not familiar with that, Google that and get familiar with that. Because as a part of the red team, blue team exercises, At the end of those exercises, they said, what are the top 20 things you can do to better protect the organization? And that's where these came from. So we utilize both those kind of methodologies, as you will, to evaluate our technology as it comes in.
Great. It's great to hear that you're using the NIST framework to evaluate your cloud providers. So from a threat and risk perspective, how are you using Google Cloud, and how is it able to help you?
So I got some really cool stories on that. So when we started out, we ran all of our email through our old system. So it was our old email system, it was our old spam filter, then we passed it on to our Google system and ran it through that spam filter, and then it went into the users' inboxes. Something that we didn't realize that actually happened, first of all, the old system peels off about 86 to 90% of email coming in from the internet as spam to begin with. But when we implemented the Google spam filters, it peeled off in the first 2 months, it peeled off respectively 107,000 and 89,000 more emails as spam than what our old system was catching. In addition, the way the Google system works is it has advanced heuristics that keep running in the background. So if it doesn't catch it right away, it'll continue to look at it as threats evolve. And in each of those months, we had an additional 1,000 emails pulled out of our users' inbox that were identified as malicious. It actually caused a problem for the security team because right when we were beginning to move the organization, we were converted to the Google system. The rest of our organization was not. We actually had a business email compromise attack, and we were asking our users, forward those emails so we can analyze them, we can see what's going on. When it got forwarded to us and put in the Google system eliminated all of the hostile things. So we're like, what's wrong with these emails? You know, there's nothing wrong with them. But our users using the old system still saw the hostile links and all the hostile attachments. So it was an interesting effort. We also, one other cool story I got to say is we had, coming from Arizona, you know, it only rains like twice a year. So it did rain 3 weeks ago, and it caused a power outage downtown. And so our building was unavailable. Yeah, our building was unavailable. Some people, you know, you have things like hurricanes and tornadoes. That takes things out. In Arizona, it's just rain. So basically, we had to tell our users, hey, don't show up for work until noon because the power company was saying you can't restore power until about noon. So all of us were productive. My team immediately utilized the G Suite, spun up some meeting time and said, okay, everybody jump on this meeting and we can continue to work together and work with the other security officers in the organization. So we just worked from home. We just continued on what we were doing.
Great. Well, Mike, thank you for coming up and being a customer of ours and sharing those stories with folks who are interested in security today.
You bet.
Thanks again.
Thank you, Mike.
Great. So now that you've heard from one of our customers, I want to talk about what we believe at Google about trust and security. So how do you actually build trust? Ironically, to build trust, you want to reduce the number of things you have to implicitly trust. So if you think about, from a technology point of view, defending a system from attackers, you want to have the attack surface as small as possible. Attackers want it as big as possible. As a defender, you want it as small as possible. So overall, you want to reduce the unknown. And we've applied the same thinking to building trust in our cloud. We want to shrink the unverifiable trust surface. So what is unverifiable trust surface? These are statements that are coming from me today that you need to inherently believe because you think I'm a trustworthy person. We want to make that surface as small as possible. And the way we do this is with transparency. So let's talk about things we do to build a secure and trusted platform that then we can demonstrate to you is trustable through transparency. And we do three things. We build a secure platform, and we'll talk about how we've done that. We prove that it's secure in a bunch of different ways, including transparency. And then we keep it secure as the landscape evolves. So let's go into the first piece. So we've built a verifiable, secure foundation. And this starts with the hardware, the services, the storage, the identity, the infrastructure, the communication layers, our undersea cables that we own and have laid ourselves, and the operational security that sits on top of all of this. This is defense in depth and controls at every layer. We have a Titan hardware chip. So this is a chip that we've designed, which verifies the integrity of the hardware that we've manufactured ourselves, and it verifies the signature of the BIOS and the operating system and everything that rolls up from the physical hardware that we've manufactured. The more layers that we can add, the more layers in this defense and depth and integrity, the more secure the overall system becomes. And it's not additive. It's exponential, the amount of security. So again, this all sounds great, but I'm a vendor saying this. Why would you trust what I'm saying? You've likely heard other statements and other capabilities from other vendors. So to build that trust, we need to pull the curtain back. And the way we do that is with transparency. So we do transparency in 4 broad areas. First, we give transparency into our operations. So we've released a bunch of white papers that go into excruciating detail on how our operations work, how things are designed, how we've made principled decisions around our design choices. So some examples of this are how we do encryption at rest and encryption in transit. If you haven't read those white papers, you'll understand the depth of transparency and communication that we go through to try to make ourselves trustable in this area. Second, we provide transparency into requests for data. So we document the process we follow when a government or a legal enforcement action creates a request for data for our customers. In fact, we were the first platform to produce a transparency report. So we publish information in bulk, where legally applicable, to provide information about which governments and how many requests are coming to us that are otherwise restricted from sharing. And we've seen hundreds of other companies, after we published our first reports, begin to publish this type of information. So we're very proud that we work with governments and we work very hard to make requests for information as transparent as possible to our customers. Third, we contractually detail and commit to how we operate and handle your data. So this includes stuff like our processing restrictions, data deletion, our incident response processes, our incident notification processes, and the security measures we have in place. So Mike and I have signed contracts together that detail how these things work, and this builds more trust because it's now written down and there's some signatures on it. Finally, we have a product called Access Transparency, which Jess is going to talk to in just a minute, that gives you detail and information about when Googlers access your data. This is unique to Google Cloud Platform, and we're very excited to announce it in a few moments. So again, all these things are good. Access Transparency is good, but these are more information about Google from Google. You want to go to the next level, trust but verify. And we work really, really hard, and we've made a lot of progress in the last 6 months getting third-party audits and certifications in place. So this means that an independent auditor who's very objective has come in and examined the controls that are present, looked at what we state, what we claim about what we do, and verified and validated it. If you, as a customer, were going to come in, you would likely ask very similar or related questions, and we do this in bulk with independent validators and auditors whose job it is to do this. And just this year, we've added major certifications like FedRAMP and HITRUST, and we added 13 new products to our ISO and SOC coverage. And I'm happy to announce right now that we've increased the amount of customer-facing compliance documentation by 87% in the last 6 months. So go read and check out our compliance documentation. We're very excited to share this with you and, again, reduce the unverifiable trust surface. So I told you, here's how we build it. Here's the transparency to verify the claims we've made. Here's the third-party validation to further verify the controls that are in place and even that the transparency is in place. But at the end of the day, security is a shared responsibility. And as a developer and a customer, you build applications, services, and businesses that you're trying to make secure. So we work really hard and release products and services to make this as easy as it can be for you, so you can build secure applications so your overall security posture can increase and that you can meet your policy and regulatory obligations, because we know this is a big part of what you do every day. So with that, I wanted to highlight 4 key categories where our security products and services work. These capabilities go from the data center all the way to the end device, covering GCP, G Suite, our identity infrastructure, mobility, and devices. And many of these solutions work together. So the more you adopt of the Google Cloud Security portfolio, the more you become secure as an organization. So it's not 1 + 1 + 1 point solutions. The more of these you adopt, the more exponentially secure you become. And I'm very excited to say that earlier this year, in the last 6 months alone, we've made 20 product announcements that cover things in this portfolio. And we're not going to talk about any of them right now, because we want to spend the next few minutes going through 10 new security announcements that we've made this week at Next. So with that, I'll get off stage. I want to bring Sam over here. Welcome, Sam. And Sam's going to frame up how our GCP security announcements and demos are going to go.
Thank you. Nelly, do you want to join me and set up for the demo? We think of the work we do in security in 4 focus areas. Infrastructure, trusted infrastructure is the first. Identity and access management is the second. And threat detection and intelligence being the third. And privacy, data protection, and GRC being the fourth. You can think of this as a life cycle. You start with a platform that you can trust. That's what you're going to deploy things on. And that's the trusted infrastructure. What features does it give you to trust the platform? The next thing is that once you have on the platform, you have to deploy your resources. You set them up with identity and access management. Joe can set up this VM. Alice can set up the other data store and stuff like that. And once you have your applications running and set up, you obviously monitor them. No security is perfect. And that's where our features in threat detection and intelligence come in. And finally, all applications create data. Data is obviously the lifeblood of information. And so you have to make sure you have the appropriate life cycle of privacy, encryption, data protection. That's our final focus area. I'm going to speak to, we have new features coming in each of these areas. I'm going to speak the first 2, and my colleague Jess is going to speak to the second 2, threat detection and privacy. So let's look at trusted infrastructure first. I'm very proud to announce shielded VMs. So if you're running virtual machines, as you know, care and feeding for the base operating system image is a very critical security thing that you need to do. You don't want like a rootkit installed, or you don't want a driver which is out of date. You would like, most importantly, to know that when the machine boots, it's in a known state which is secure. And that's exactly what we're offering with shielded VMs today. We are offering images for Windows, Ubuntu, and container-optimized OS, which is what you would run below if you're running containers. And these are curated images which tie to an underlying capability which our platform has called virtual TPMs. In other words, our platform provides a TPM virtualization to the image, and the image boots up, and it does a trusted, secure boot, and measurements that ensure that it's booted up in exactly the right state are available in the platform below, and you can verify those. And let me give it to Nelly, Senior PM in charge of this, to tell us how it works.
Thank you so much, Sam. So thank you so much for coming to this presentation. First of all, let me explain to you and show you in real life what shielded VMs are all about.
Could we move the demo, please?
Yes, please. And the most importantly, we're extending the security and verification trust that we have in our infrastructure based on our Titans and exposing that to customers' VMs. Let me show you how easy it is going to be for customers to create shielded VM. You're coming to Cloud Console, and it doesn't work. And again, let me try again. Sorry for that. But minimum, you know that we are not lying. It's all live. OK? It's all verification. So let me try again. So I'm coming to a Cloud Console, and now it will work. And I will try to create a VM instance. All what I need to do, give a name for this instance, and select OS that I will be running in this VM. I would be able to filter out everything that is not shielded VM images and pick up only and only shielded VM, because all of these capabilities that Sam is explaining, your trusted firmware, secure boot, measure boot, and VTPMs available to every one of them. Let me pick up Container Optimized OS and select this image. We added security tab for you to opt out from some of this capability. If you will decide to do so, we highly recommend you do not touch them, and you create it. Nothing fancy. You can create a single VM. You can use template or instance template to create thousands of shielded VMs. And because it's so easy and it's free, by the way, please start using our public beta and provide us your feedback. But I want you to see, as soon as my VM God will work with me, also what it will take to ensure that capability is running. So sorry. Let me. I have it done. Okay, so we're trying to demonstrate to you what it will take for somebody to penetrate your VM, because it's not trivial to, again, demonstrate. We created the video. So let me play you a video. And the idea is you're booting from new shielded VMs. And as you're booting, we verify your pre-boot sequence, your bootloader, your kernel, and we're creating all of this integrity setting and send it to Stackdriver to verify. But if anyone will try to boot not through trusted boot or trying to change even binaries when you're booting in your kernel, we immediately identify it, and all reports will be sent to you so you can take action on that.
Thank you, Nelly. That was really great.
So much.
As you can see, it's as easy as that to ensure that what boots is exactly what you expect. Now, moving on, again in the trusted infrastructure focus area, we're very happy to announce binary authorization. If you're running containers, that's great, but you also obviously, as a matter of discipline, when you're running something in production, or let's say in a particular developer staging situation, you would like to know exactly what's running. You would not, for example, have someone make a miscue and run something in production which is not which should not be running. Ideally, you want a very strong choke point which ensures that what you run is what you expect. And binary authorization is exactly a feature which we're introducing, which enables you to do that in the infrastructure. So essentially, it's a signed VM, a signed container, and you can put in a gate where only containers signed by you can actually get deployed in particular situations by GKE. And you'll hear more about this from my colleague Jess as to how it integrates with threat detection. The next vertical, the focus area I want to talk to you about is identity and access management. We are very happy to announce a suite of capabilities in our platform called Context-Aware Access. And the basic idea here is that usually you're aware of identity and access management as identity-based access. So this VM can only be configured by people in this group, for example. However, you want more than that for true security. So for example, for a production system where there's a very sensitive API, if maybe it shuts down the system, you might want to say, it's this particular DevOps group. They have to have very strong authentication when they log in. The session's got to be very short. They can only do that when they are actually inside the corporate network as against remoting from the outside. And context-aware access enables you to make precisely these as essentially rules which you state, and the platform makes it so. So that was an example I gave you of an API access. You can also do it for applications you deploy. For example, you might have an employee-facing application which is very sensitive, and only finance people should see it, and only if they are on a company-issued laptop, and only if they are in the United States, or on certain IP addresses, and you can make that so. And finally, in G Suite, for example, you might decide to give your customer or your users control, for example, to read email from anywhere. However, you might want to make sure they're using screen lock and the disk they're using is encrypted, so that if by some chance their device is lost, you won't have a compromise. And that's precisely what this allows. So context-aware access is manifest in many features: VPC service control, cloud identity, cloud IAM, cloud IAP, and G Suite. And it's basically distributed entirely throughout our platform. On identity and access management, again, another very a feature we're introducing today, which I'm very glad to announce, is a Titan security key. And as you know, and I'm sure you're all aware, phishing is probably the most directly present threat that you have to your computing systems. However much you might secure them, you have to log in the front door. And if your login is such that somebody can easily steal your login, they wouldn't even bother to break in from the back. They can as well just walk in through the front door. That's what phishing is about: fooling you into giving your password away to the bad guy. And if it's valuable enough, your OTP also. And remember, the OTP is a great step forward, but it's not enough of a step forward when it really, really matters. For example, shutting down a production system, or maybe your CEO's email or CFO's email just before the release on Wall Street. We designed security key as a phishing-resistant mechanism, and I won't go into the detail here, but essentially it's custom designed to ensure that the server can make out if someone's trying to man-in-the-middle you. We've had this feature for a few years now, and there are multiple vendors available for these devices, excellent vendors. But we have heard from some of you that you would like a Google provenance key, and we are very glad to announce that today. In this key, the firmware which goes in the secure element is written by Google, and that root is trusted to us. So you have one more choice in your ecosystem. If you already have a trusted vendor, that's great. If you're looking for a vendor, you want Google provenance, we have something for you. It's available for direct order now for enterprise, and will soon be available in the Google Store. With that, let's move on to the next two focus areas. I'm going to ask Jess to come and take them on, which is threat detection and data.
All right. Thank you, Sam. Okay. So moving on to threat detection and intelligence. The first announcement we made today is container registry vulnerability scanning. This helps you identify security vulnerabilities early in the CI/CD pipeline. So we identify package vulnerabilities in Ubuntu, in Debian, in Alpine. We constantly keep those updated for you. And you can even, as a customer, insert your own vulnerability feeds in order to expand on that. So pretty cool new functionality we just added. Yeah, so one of the ways in which it's particularly cool is that it integrates with the binary authorization solution that Sam just talked about. So you check in your code into the CI/CD pipeline. That automatically kicks off the vulnerability scan. And then from there, if you are trusted, you get the signature for it. And then you are able to push into production. Binary authorization will allow you to push into production. If you are not trusted, however, then binary authorization will prevent you from going to production. What that means is that really for the first time, you can create an automated mechanism for ensuring that no code with vulnerabilities can ever make it into production. And that is a pretty big deal. The second area in threat detection and intelligence we wanted to talk about is Cloud Security Command Center. So the Security Command Center provides you with a single pane of glass that gives you all of your security measurements and statistics in one spot. So we announced this back in March when we went into public alpha. And we announced it with a pretty large set of security partners that were integrated directly into the Security Command Center. So we, since then, have augmented that with a new set of partners focused on container runtime security. So the vendors you see here, Aqua, Sysdig, Capsulate, StackRox, Twistlock, these all provide great insights into the state of runtime security, and their findings are plugged directly into the Cloud Security Command Center. Moving on to data protection and privacy. So a couple of interesting announcements here. The first one is our Cloud HSM. So we get a lot of requests for HSMs from customers. There's various reasons for that. Big one is compliance. So there's a lot of compliance requests. Turns out it is way easier to get HIPAA compliance or PCI compliance, for example, if you have a FIPS 140-2 compliant hardware crypto module. So a lot of requests from that. And also from a security perspective. So our customers enjoy the security aspects of HSMs. They are custom built for security. They are tamper-proof. So if somebody attempts to access the key material or export the key material, the HSM simply wipes all the data. Also, for some customers, it's an added benefit that the cloud provider, Google in this case, can't see the raw key material on the device, so more private. So traditionally, HSMs have been notoriously difficult and expensive to manage. So you have this big CapEx investment up front of getting the thing in your data center to begin with. And then you have the ongoing maintenance, the uptime, the clustering, the scalability, the patching, et cetera. And so what we've done is create a fully managed service. Completely abstracts away all of those pain points from the customer. As you can see in the screenshot here, all you do, we're tightly integrated into Cloud KMS. You go into Cloud KMS and you specify that the key should come from an HSM. That's it. We do everything else for you. We even, from a cost perspective, only have you pay for the HSM operations that you perform. So it is all the benefits of an HSM without any of the maintenance or any of the sort of upfront cost. Last area in data protection is access transparency. So as Mike mentioned, we strongly believe fundamentally at Google in building trust through transparency. It's really important for us. And so access transparency tells you exactly how and why your customer data has been accessed. And we provide you with full logs of all accesses by Google engineers to your data. We provide it for all of our customers, and we do so in near real time and surface it for your convenience, either through the API or through the UI. So we are the first cloud to provide this level of transparency, and we believe that everybody should expect that same level of transparency from all of the cloud providers you work with. So with that, I will hand over to Rina, and we will talk through some of the cool innovations in G Suite.
Thank you, Jess. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Rina Nadkarni, and I lead product management for security and analytics on G Suite. So what's G Suite? Most of you are familiar with applications like Gmail, Calendar, Google Drive, and others. We have over 4 million paying businesses on G Suite with big brand names like Colgate-Palmolive, Roche, State of Arizona, Airbus, and others. There's been a lot of excitement. For those of you who were there in the G Suite collaboration and digital workforce transformation session this morning, where I spoke along with David Thacker, you saw that there is a lot of excitement around the collaboration and productivity gains that we are getting because of our machine learning efforts. But security is a big area of investment for us as well. So let's look at how we are using our efforts in machine learning to help protect our customers better. When I think about security, I think about 3 main things: intelligent, compliant, and simple. Let's talk about that. By intelligent, what do we mean? When you're thinking about building intelligent insights, data matters, size matters. Google has the capability to let you watch 500,000 high-definition videos on YouTube simultaneously. This scale allows us to absorb some of the most egregious denial-of-service attacks. Every minute on Google, we isolate over 10 million spam messages in Gmail. Almost 700,000 unwanted pieces of software are stopped from reaching Chrome users. And during that same minute, we also identify and isolate 2 phishing sites. Now just imagine if all of this was allowed to go out. We can do this because of the scale, because we are able to see more. Our network carries 1/4 of all of the traffic of the internet. And this is why we are able to get more insights, build better machine learning models to help protect you, our customers. Second, compliant. When you think about compliance, most of our customers who work in agencies like government, financial services, and healthcare have very stringent requirements. So we work with our customers, regulators, and auditors to help our customers along their compliance journey. And finally, simple. We want to keep things simple, both for the IT admins as well as for the end users. We talked a little bit about how machine learning as well as machines thrive when we give them a lot more data. Not the case with humans. So when you think about the IT admins, they are overwhelmed with the amount of data coming their way. And it's really difficult for them to be able to distinguish the signal from the noise. This is where we have the Security Center for G Suite that we have announced. So the first 2 parts, think about this as 3 main parts. Security health. This gives you best practice recommendations from Google. So it shows you everything that you have set up for your organization and a nice green checkbox if you're adhering to our best practice. And if in areas you are deviating from our recommended best practices, you can go ahead and then make those changes. Second, we have the security dashboards. This gives you insights from your mobility, login activity, drive activity, all of that together in one dashboard. And finally, the newly announced at Next yesterday, the Security Investigation Tool. This investigation tool is a powerful capability. What this allows you to do is that go across different corpuses of data, quickly isolate, and bring about change when someone is trying to attack your organization. To show you a demo of the security tool, I would like to invite my colleague Sam to take it over from here. Sam?
Thank you, Reena. Hi, I'm Sam Lugani. I work on G Suite Security. And I'm here to walk you through an admin's journey from prevention to detection to remediation, all within the Security Center. Now, Security Center, as Reena talked about, has three major components: security health, security dashboards, and the investigation tool. Let's take a look at security health. Now, with security health, we're going through all the different settings, security settings within G Suite, and we're mapping them to Google's best practice recommendations. The settings would map correctly to Google's best practice recommendations, get this beautiful green checkbox on the right, and the settings which don't get a recommendation as to why an admin should change that setting. One of the settings I'm most concerned with is the spoofing and authentication safety setting, which is turned on for this domain. Next up is security dashboards. Now, with security dashboards, we're taking a lot of information, analyzing that information, and we're bubbling up the most important insights which matter to an admin right at the top. And this is critical for an admin because as an admin walks in, they see these charts, and it looks like there's been some spoofing activity within the domain. Now, an admin wants to see which users are being targeted within this domain. The admin can click on this spoofing activity, and right away can see a few users which have been targeted. Looks like there's an email with subject line, access your 401k, which has been sent to a few users. Now, this is quite concerning. Now, right from the dashboard, the admin can jump into the investigation tool and see which users within his organization have gotten the same email. And looks like more than a few users have gotten this email with the subject line, access your 401k account now, from someone that is external to the organization. Now, at this point, as an admin, I want to figure out, amongst the users who received this email, has anyone opened this email? So right from the investigation tool, I can pivot and directly go to the users which have opened this email. Looks like Sam within my organization has opened this email. Now, that's quite concerning because Sam's account might be compromised, and a classic technique which attackers use is compromise the beachhead account and then use that account to laterally spread within the organization. So at this point, I want to see if Sam's account is compromised. Has Sam, or really the attacker, which is posing as Sam, sent any emails, suspicious emails, to other users within my organization? So I can pivot right from Sam's, this search, and see that from Sam's account, there's been the set of emails with the subject, please confirm login now, sent within my organization. Now, I can do a couple of things here. I can bulk delete all these emails right from the investigation tool, which is pretty cool. Across your organization, you can look at suspicious emails and delete them with one click across all users within your organization. But I want to investigate more. If Sam's account is compromised, and if Sam has sent email to all these users trying to compromise their accounts, these users might have shared files outside. And my company is working on two really critical projects. So from the investigation tool, I want to see if these users have shared any files publicly or outside the organization. So again, right from the investigation tool, I can pivot on this search, and I can see files which have been shared outside the organization by looking for visibility changes on Drive files. And it looks like a couple of files have been shared. Now again, right from the investigation tool, I can select all these files, click on Audit File Permissions, which directly takes me to the investigation tool audit permissions. And from here, I can see that financial projections has been shared with Kelly at ShelterPlus.in, which is not part of my organization. The same thing with Project Roadmap 2019 and Project Atlas. I can, right from here, revoke access to Kelly or anyone else outside the organization. So that was a quick summary of the Security Center. We moved from prevention with security health, we moved to detection with security dashboards, and finally remediation with the investigation tool. Now, this is a lot of power to the admin, and we want to make sure that these features and this capability is only offered to super admins within G Suite. With that, I'll hand it over back to Reena. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. When we were building the security investigation tool, we did a lot of user research with our customers. So it really warms my heart to see this quote from one of the CIOs of our customers saying that they felt like we were really listening and meeting their requirements. We talked a little bit about how we are supporting you with respect to gathering data and being able to quickly isolate incidences. Do you know that in G Suite, we also take your data security very seriously? We encrypt your data at rest. We encrypt your data in transit. And in addition to that, yesterday at Next, we announced the Data Regions capability. What Data Regions capability allows you to do is that you can choose where your data resides between the US, Europe, or globally. This is a very flexible capability which allows you to define as many organizational units as you want and assign data regions to it. It's also very flexible. So if I have a file, I'm the file owner, and I transfer that file over to Sam, and he's based in Europe, without you having to do anything, the data regions policy will automatically change when the file ownership changes. Another thing that is my favorite part is that during this entire data move, you do not lose access to your content. You have full edit capability during the data move. The data regions functionality is available both in the G Suite Business as well as the G Suite Enterprise at no extra cost. So what more are we promising our customers with G Suite in the enterprise? One question I often get is that, hey, you're Google, what about ads? Let's state that clearly. Google does not use your data in G Suite for ads. We do not display ads in G Suite. We also aim to never lock you into G Suite, so you can always delete or export your data at any time. So to summarize, we talked about three things. We talked about how G Suite helps increase productivity and collaboration by using cloud-based technologies. We talked about how, with advances like the G Suite Security Center and the investigation tool and the data regions functionality, we are giving you, our customers, more control and security over your data. And finally, we are committed to helping our customers in their compliance journey. With that, I would like to call Mike back on stage to tell us about our partner ecosystem. Mike?
Thank you, Rena. So we all know as security professionals that security takes a village. It takes a community. Security is not the largest group of technologists in the world. It's a small community in the grand scheme of things. And we know that you as customers have security vendors with which you work, and that your security partners need to be our partners in Google Cloud. And this only works if we're all successful together. So we've been spending a lot of time on this, and I want to announce right now that in the last 6 months alone, we have increased our security partner ecosystem by more than 200%. And the priority list that we used for which partners we worked with came from you, our customers. So as you told us you needed to work with a specific partner, we worked to cut a deal and make it work with them. So if you're here today as a partner, thank you. And if you told us about a partner you wanted to work with as a customer, thank you. And in fact, you're welcome to go visit these folks on the first floor of this building in our security showcase. And if there's a partner that's not there that you work with today that you need to make work on GCP, come tell us. So to wrap things up, trust is key to everything that we do, and we create trust through transparency. And we're constantly working to reduce the implicit trust surface so that you can verify what we're saying. We also work really hard to make it easy for you to secure your data and secure your people on Google Cloud. We made 10 announcements which have highlighted our recent investments in improving cloud security and the security of the ecosystem overall. Finally, the story's not over. We're continuing to invest heavily in this area, and we're going to continue to innovate and want to work to solve these tough security problems with you, our customers, as our partners. So thank you. Appreciate your attention. We want you to visit our other security sessions that are happening today, and we've got a security showcase downstairs. We also will answer any detailed questions you have after the session. But before I go, I wanted to invite everybody to pick up a security key, which Sam mentioned. They're in the back. And the point here is this is the one thing you can do like in the next hour to improve the security for your admins of your accounts. So please go pick up a security key and make sure that your admins are using them. So thank you so much for your attention.
Hey, yeah, would you look over there? Big red lips, long
this time, we ask that you silence all electronic devices. Thank you.
We have got a problem. A few problems, actually.
We're overproducing,
Overcrowding.
and overheating. We've got aging roadways,
Aging power grids.
aging everything.
Kind of bumming me out, Clive Owen. No, wait. Gets worse. We also have the age-old problem of bias in the workplace.
Really? Never heard of it.
Seriously, it's all over the
I've
news.
heard of it.
Ah. The question is, who's going to fix all of this? An actor? Probably not. But you know who can solve it? Business.
That's right. The best-run businesses can make the world run better because solving big problems is what business does best.
I'm doing good. It's just good business. Sorry.
So let's grow more food with less water.
And make healthcare more healthy. It's okay. I'll play the doctor. What do we got here?
Let's take on the wage gap, the opportunity gap,
The achievement gap.
Together, we can tackle every elephant in the room and save the rhino while we're at it.
Because whatever the problem, business can help. And I know who can help them do it.
Please welcome to the stage Michael Wintergerst and Jana Richter.
Hello and good afternoon, San Francisco. And that was SAP in 60 seconds. And the first question directly goes to the audience. Who knows SAP? Have you ever been in touch with SAP? I would say 90% of the people in the room, mission accomplished, we can go, Jana, right? Because our intent was now that the next 48 minutes we will talk about SAP and why SAP is the greatest company in the world. No, just kidding. That's not our intent before leaving the room here. So we would like to talk about technology and look at our platform and why open source is so important for our environment. Before we start directly and going into the agenda, I would like to briefly introduce myself. My name is Michael Wintergerst. In 2002, I started as a C++ and Java developer in the area of virtual machine and system and kernel programming. And then at some point in time, someone pushed me into management position. And therefore today, I'm running the core development organization of the SAP Cloud Platform. In this role, I'm responsible for Kubernetes, Cloud Foundry, data management, commercialization, and dev experience. Jana, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. My name is Jana Richter, also with SAP since 2002, and I'm heading the product management organization with the technical product management for SAP Cloud Platform.
Before we start and look at the agenda, let me start with 3 facts about SAP. Fact number 1 is we're an enterprise software and cloud service provider. We have around about 100,000 employees. The headquarters is in Germany. Second statement, 91% of the Forbes Global 2000 customers are running SAP. And thirdly, and I think that is, for me at least, the most important statement is that it has been said that 75% of the beer drunk in the world has been powered by SAP to some extent. Good. So let's directly jump now into the agenda. So first of all, I would like to briefly introduce the overall SAP Cloud strategy, right? And in particular, I would like to talk about the SAP Cloud Platform, SAP's enterprise platform as a service offering, and put it into the context of the overall strategy. Secondly, we would like to go deeper into the architecture and look about what kind of open source components we have in our platform and what kind of frameworks we have built on top for our customers, partners, and our application stakeholders. Thirdly, I would like to talk about the SAP and Google partnership. We will look at all the co-innovation projects we are running together with Google, and that you see how strategic and how important the whole partnership is for SAP. Last but not least, I would like to tackle the open source activities we are running and driving at SAP, and look at all the community projects we are bringing into the open source environment. We would like to underpin all our statements with short demos so that you get an impression how our software looks like. So that's the package for today. and hopefully you will enjoy it. So SAP and the Intelligent Enterprise. So let's talk a little bit about the cloud strategy. But before we do that, let's quickly have a look what has happened in the last decades with regards to technology. And by the way, I've seen similar slides also in yesterday's presentation, so it seems to be that we are not the only one thinking in this direction. So technology broadly reached the industry, I think, roundabout in the 60s and 80s with the emergence of mainframes and personal computers. Unfortunately, I was born in the late 70s, so I'm not very deep in the mainframe topic. I've seen that in pictures and books, right? So I won't go deeper into that. In the late 80s and beginning of the 90s, of course, client-server and the internet reached also the enterprise. Also, that was the time frame where SAP started its global success. It was all around the R3 system, our integrated enterprise resource planning system. It was a simple three-tier architecture. You have a flat client you can install on your personal PC, on your laptop, our so-called SAP GUI, and it connects to an application server, a highly scalable application server written in C++. And on top, you can run application logic in ABAP, our SAP proprietary fourth generation language. And underneath, there's a database. Very simple architecture, but very successful. In the next century, 2000, of course, the cloud era began, combined with infrastructure components, which allows you to handle big data and mobile scenarios. That's the area of the digital transformation. Digital transformation involves using digital technologies in order to remake processes in a much more efficient and effective way. The idea is to use technology not only to transform business processes in a digital format, but also to rethink how you run the whole business and come to significantly better results. Of course, our customers are still in the process of transforming the business, so they are still running the digital transformation. But in technology, we are already one step further. We have now the intelligent enterprise. So we have now machine learning capabilities, IoT, analytics, blockchain. All those components are now there, and we can bring that into the enterprise. And with these kinds of technology, you can completely rethink how you run your business. Let's assume, for example, IoT. IoT sensor data. So here we are not talking about gigabytes, but we are talking about terabytes or petabytes of data. And for sure, in order to get value out of this data, you need to have intelligent algorithms. So you need machine learning in order to get really value out of this vast amount of data. Otherwise, it's still storage in the database. You're wasting resources, energy, and money in the end. And machine learning, of course, without data, you can forget about that, right? And therefore, the enterprise space for machine learning is super important. What has not changed over the last 40 years is definitely the requirements we are getting from our customers. So it's all around, okay, I would like to write compliant software, compliant to data protection, compliant to security rules. So you know the famous European GDPR rules now in place since May 25th, right? So those kind of rules are super important for our customers, and we have to provide services which allows them to be compliant to those kind of regulations. Development experience. Again, as a technology guy, I like to work and think about storage, about software-defined networks, bandwidth, etc. But for our enterprise customer, this is too low level. They would like to get frameworks which allows them to easily implement business services. They would like to concentrate on their application domain. So how SAP is now tackling the cloud? We have 5 main pillars and 5 main categories of applications. First of all, and the most prominent one is definitely our digital core. So here it's all around our S/4HANA system, our integrated enterprise resource planning system. It contains functionality for finance, for sales, for controlling, for accounting, for product lifecycle, for manufacturing. So you get a whole bunch of software in order to run your day-to-day business. Then we have best-of-breed solutions for people engagement when it comes to HR, human capital management system, network and spend management, and customer experience around commerce, around marketplace, around marketing in general. So now we have a set of systems which allows our customers to run their daily business. But that's a set of systems. And our customers are requesting from us that they get an integrated experience. So let's have a simple example. Single sign-on. Of course, our customers are expecting from us that you have to sign on once and not twice or even more times, right? And therefore, we need an environment which allows our customer to intelligently connect our best-of-breed solutions. The same applies also to the innovation stack. So machine learning, blockchain, IoT, those kind of capabilities our customer would like to see also in the core systems, right? But, and that is very important to understand, without disruption. And therefore, we said at SAP, we apply the idea and the notion of a bimodal IT. That's not an invention coming from us. Gartner and IDC shaped this idea, I think, 2 or 3 years ago, where we said, okay, you have a Mode 1 environment where the customer is running the core processes of their business. So that's our digital core, that's the manufacturing, etc. But they also need an innovation space. They need access to new technologies, to capabilities like machine learning, and we are running that in a dedicated environment, in a dedicated system. That's our Mode 2 environment, and here the SAP Cloud Platform comes into the game. The SAP Cloud Platform is the foundation for our innovation space. We are running that not in isolation to our Mode 1 environment, but we are connecting the Mode 2 environment based on the SAP Cloud Platform with the core business processes we have in our digital core. So that means when we have, for example, machine learning capabilities running on the SAP Cloud Platform side, we have corresponding integration points into our digital core. For example, for CV matching or invoice matching, for instance. But again, without disrupting the core processes. So the SAP Cloud Platform plus the data management components around HANA and the SAP Data Hub are the foundation of our cloud stack we have at SAP. So the Intelligent Enterprise is more than just ERP. So we have the SAP Cloud Platform as the glue code between all the cloud LOBs we have at SAP. Our 2 flagships, SAP S/4HANA, the digital core, SAP C/4HANA for our customer experience, for our commerce, for our marketing, tightly connect with the SAP Cloud Platform in order to bring innovations into the cloud LOBs. And for sure, we have Concur for travel management, we have Fieldglass for contingent worker, we have SuccessFactors for our HR solution, and Ariba for procurement. And last but not least, and that is also super important for our customers, they would like to connect third party with our system. And therefore, we have integration solution, which allows you to bring in third party from whatever vendor you have in mind. So let us now have a closer look at the centerpiece of our Intelligent Enterprise, the SAP Cloud Platform. So what is it all about? So first of all, as I said in the beginning, it is an enterprise platform as a service offering. So it is built upon an infrastructure as a service layer. And here, we are the only enterprise PaaS platform in the market which supports deployment on all 3 hypercloud providers, be it Google, be it Azure, be it AWS, and the SAP data centers. And we have data centers around the globe, not only in Germany. On top, we have the SAP Cloud Platform, and it's not a proprietary stack. Here, it consists of a number of open source frameworks. The most important frameworks are definitely Cloud Foundry and Kubernetes. You have also seen the announcement yesterday around Knative. So Knative tries to bridge the gap between Kubernetes and the platform as a service offering and function as a service offering. And it's definitely also our intent that we bring Knative into our platform. We started already the collaboration with Google 4 months ago. And we will also later on talk about an open source project which is directly sitting on top of Knative. So now the question is, of course, what is the difference between all the platform as a service offering we already have in the market? And that is the business service layer we bring on top of the open source frameworks, right? So our customers are requesting from us not only Cloud Foundry and Kubernetes, because it's too low level for them. They would like to have solutions which allows them to easily create business services and applications. So therefore, they need, for example, in the security era, a personal data manager. They need secure communication between the different microservices they are implementing. Integration. Our customers have a large footprint on-premise. That's still the reality, right? And therefore, we also need integration capabilities which allows them to connect their cloud services with the solution they have today on-premise. Then, of course, they need a consistent UI, right, around our stack, Fiori. We will see that also later on in the demo part. And last but not least, what is also super important for us is definitely master data. So our customers, they would like to get access to the master data we have in our core system. Here we are talking about objects like supplier, products, business partner, employees. In order to create extensions to our core systems, you need access to those master data, which is spread across the different solutions we have in our cloud stacks. And we make that available through the SAP Cloud Platform. On top, we have components, which is the foundation of an umbrella. For example, we have our Cloud Cockpit, which allows you to administer and monitor the whole landscape we have at customer side. The Web IDE, it's a tooling for end-to-end development on top of the SAP Cloud Platform. Then we have UI5 and Fiori as our UI paradigm in order to have a consistent UI framework across our cloud solutions. And last but not least, for sure, we have an App Center and a marketplace where customers and partners can get our software. So let's talk about the use cases of the SAP Cloud Platform. And of course, the first use case is you create completely new application, completely new cloud-native application, making use of our technical services and our business services. Secondly, I mentioned already the hybrid scenarios we have today at the customer side. Customers are running solutions on-premise. Customers are running solutions in the cloud. They would like to have data flows connecting all those systems. And therefore, we have integration capabilities. We have our cloud platform integration service directly sitting on top of our platform. Extension, I mentioned before, we have the Mode 1 environment where customers are running the core businesses of their environment. And we have the SAP Cloud Platform as the innovation platform of SAP. And that means, of course, you would like to extend those Mode 1 environments with the SAP Cloud Platform. And last but not least, we have people and data connect. So here we are talking about the mobile experience, the UI part, the collaboration, analytics, where you also have to connect different systems and bring them together in one place. Is it just a toy? Is it just PowerPoint? Hopefully not. So we have more than 10,000 customers on top of the SAP Cloud Platform already today. We have more than 1,000 partners. We have 19 data centers around the globe. We have more than 60,000 running virtual machines in all our data center. And it is not like in the good old on-premise times, so bringing software once a year or twice a year to our customers. No, we are bringing innovations to our customers on a bi-weekly basis. So to sum up, what is the SAP Cloud Platform all about? So it's an enterprise platform as a service offering. It consists of many open source frameworks. Most important ones are definitely Cloud Foundry and Kubernetes. We have open APIs. We have a business service layer on top of the SAP Cloud Platform, which allows our enterprise customer to create business services and business solutions in a very convenient way. And I would like to reiterate that we are the only platform in the market which supports deployment on all the hypercloud providers plus the SAP data centers. Yeah, let's talk about a customer we have.
Yeah, and let me make this a bit tangible with a concrete use case. So what does that mean? How do our customers, how do you really run into a digital transformation and can apply those services to a real world problem? I would like to introduce one of our customers here in San Francisco, which is Rainforest Connection, and Topher White, the CEO and founder of Rainforest Connection, is with us here today. For time reasons, I'm quickly going to introduce the use case, which became the SAP Innovation Award winner 2018. So can we very quickly switch to the demo laptop? Because that, I think, gives you a better idea what they are doing. I need the demo laptop for a minute. Sorry for that. OK, there we go. So what you can see, what the solution does is overall that it aims to stop illegal deforestation and illegal logging in rainforests. And Topher gave me a pretty nice video, which hopefully is running now, that shows you what actually is happening. Because if you have chainsaw events all over the globe in the rainforests out there, you would like to stop them. And what we would need to do is to figure out how to do so. Unfortunately, the video doesn't work. So let's switch back to the slides. Let me explain it without the video. Because within those rainforests, there's a lot of rangers that do take care that the rainforest is taken care of and that illegal loggers get stopped. But you have to figure out where they are and have to figure out that immediately. And in order to do so, what Rainforest Connection already invented without SAP is how to have mobile devices in the trees powered by solar panels that get the information and that get sounds from the rainforest and can identify chainsaw events and then notify the rangers to go to a certain event. Where now SAP came into the game was at an innovation event taking place 5 days, where we moved into the future and where we gave a mobile app on the one hand side that then sends the alerts and in an augmented reality sends the rangers to the right place. And it not only notifies the rangers once the chainsaw is started and the first tree is already falling down, but it helps you to identify this up front. Because machine learning algorithms figured out that with the sounds, you can identify patterns up front. Because birds stop singing, probably hear some car sounds beforehand that go there. So the rangers are already notified and go to the most likely place that the algorithms detect and really stop them before the first tree is going down. Moreover, analytics is needed because you would like to work with the legal authorities to say, well, what happened and how did our activities improve the situation that less rainforest or no activities at all are taking place. So within 5 days, a pilot app has been developed, bringing together the different technologies that I just mentioned here. And you can see a quote from Topher that this is really amazing, and there's a lot more opportunities that SAP and Rainforest Connection at the moment are looking for to advance that and to bring more algorithms into the play. If you would like to know more, get some experiences of the application, of the activity, and the experience with SAP, join us at the booth, meet Topher there, and ask some questions.
Thank you very much, Jana. Let's go a little bit deeper into the SAP and Google partnership, and let's talk about the co-innovation projects we are running together with Google. First of all, it is that we are bringing our SAP solutions, be it S/4HANA or C/4HANA or BW4HANA, directly on the Google hardware to get a corresponding certification. That is one of the key things we are doing with Google. For sure, when it comes to our in-memory flagship, HANA, here we are also running co-innovation projects with Google in order to get greater installations, larger installations of our HANA system up and running on the Google hardware. And here we are not just talking about a 1 terabyte machine or a 2 terabyte machine. Here we are really talking about large scale out of our HANA systems of 40 terabytes, for instance. That's what we have in mind, what we would like to do together with Google. Then our Cloud Appliance Library. What is that? It's a pre-packaged library of SAP solutions. So we have roughly 80 different pre-packaged solutions you can directly take and can get a kickstart for your project and get it deployed directly on Google Cloud. G Suite integration, in particular when it comes to export into Google Sheets. So up to now, it was a completely manual process. Of course, you can get ERP data directly out of the system, put it into a CSV file, upload it into Google Drive, and then use Google Sheets. Now we have a full G Suite integration in our ERP systems available. SAP Data Custodian, in particular when it comes to customers moving from on-premise in the cloud, they are thinking about GRC, governance, risk, and compliance. And the question is now, when I move my data into the cloud, where is this data really located? Who gets access to the data? What's happening when the data gets moved, right? So the customer would like to get insight what's happening with the data when running solutions inside the cloud. And of course, they would like to have access rules, right? Who can really access my data? Who can really decide that we move the data from one location to the next? And there, SAP, together with Google, created a SaaS solution called SAP Data Custodian, which allows our customer to really get the insight into the data, where it is stored, where it is managed, and also to apply corresponding rules. It is now GA since Sapphire. We are making use of Google functionality, the Google Access Transparency Framework that is being used in our Data Custodian. For sure, the SAP Cloud Platform is now generally available on Google since Sapphire, since June 2018. Then Knative and Kyma, I mentioned that briefly. So Knative as a new framework in order to get eventing, in order to get a build mechanism around Kubernetes, also to improve the overall developer experience. I think that's definitely the right step moving forward. And we have now also the first Lighthouse project, which is now also published on GitHub. So it's open source. That's our project Kyma. It's an extension framework for our digital core. We will go into the details in a few minutes so that you can also see Kyma in action, how it feels, how you can run it. As I said, it's available on GitHub. You can directly use it. And the Android SDK for the SAP Cloud Platform. I mentioned before we have Fiori as our UI paradigm inside the SAP Cloud Platform. And now the question is how you can use this UI framework also in the context of Google, for example, in the context of the Android Studio. Jana, would you like to show us?
Yeah, first of all, let me quickly give you a glimpse of the components involved, just that you get a basic idea what I'm going to show you in a minute. Well, SAP is developing applications itself for the different line of business solutions, and you as customers and partners can develop mobile applications too. And that's a very common pattern that a lot of customers and partners have the need to renovate UIs and develop hybrid applications and native applications for your mobile devices. Of course, those should support standard capabilities like offline capabilities, push notifications, having engagement analytics, getting all the required logs and traces. And from our end, of course, SAP Cloud Platform strengths and capabilities are added to this as well, that you can authenticate in a secure manner, have the right identities in place, integrate with the according backend systems, leverage API management to just call the APIs that you're allowed to call, and on the lowest hand side, to connect to backend systems with the according business data. What I'm going to focus on is the section of SDK and tools, where we use the Android Studio in combination with SAP Cloud Platform SDK for Android to really allow to use the standard tools to create an application. And what we are going to use is a wizard, because remember, a lot of customers just want a start point to go ahead and not figure out the technology in depth right from the beginning. Thus, moving to the demo laptop, please. Let's have a look at the Android Studio, and it's going to be, there it is. So what you can see, it's just a standard Android Studio where we have with the According plugin the option to start an SAP Cloud Platform project. And I'm going to use a free trial account. We will see that in a minute, so I already configured that up front. And what I'm going to do inside is that I'm going to create a new project. This project will, of course, get a suitable name. So let me call this Google Next. And now, interestingly, I have some issues with the resolution, which I haven't had in any of the dry runs. That's a bit tricky. I'm sorry for that. The resolution is different than what should be. But good news, at least I have a fallback. Let's use the video then instead. It's not as nice as a live demo. The other ones most likely are going to work live, but let's use this one. So we've already been at this part that we connect to our trial account. We create a new project with the according application ID, and of course we're going to use real-life authentication, meaning XAML, to authenticate my project. What I'm going to use in the next step is that I add a destination where the data is coming from. And here, with our trial accounts, we get some sample services, and we use an OData v4 service as a start point. What we now can do is that we enable logging or push mechanisms, and that we generate a UI so that we have this as a start point in a Fiori look and feel. The project will get an according name. Of course, it's Google Next for the demo purposes here. And now let's finish this. This typically takes a moment, and thus, while the whole Cradle build and the syncing is starting, let's have a look at the free trial accounts. You can find those over our website, cloudplatform.sap.com. Of course, I already registered, so we can log in and use this trial account to look at the according services that we have in place. So we use the service environment, and you see there's the whole plenty of services that we've seen beforehand that you can leverage as a toolkit to create an application. I'm going ahead now and I use the mobile services. So there we can develop and see our application. So we go to the service, and in here we can now see all the mobile services created. Let's look at the mobile applications, and what you see is that we have a native application in place that we just created a minute ago, which is the Google Next one. Let's take this one, and there we can see on the right-hand side the connectivity that we just configured with the destinations. To give you an idea what we are connecting to, let's look at the service. Let's do a preview of the output of what we're getting here. And you see, we get a whole entity set of services with according sales orders, product categories. So this demo service delivers some sales orders and some ideas how to move forward here. Of course, in real life, you wouldn't create an application with a demo service, but that's a great start point. And you can find those in the section destinations. So those that come with the sample name, of course, are the sample services that you get out of the box. And you can see I configured a connection to an S/4HANA system on-premise as well that connects through a cloud connector, a small component on-premise that allows you to then leverage your ABAP systems as well as any internet systems. Now the build is over, and we can move back to our Android Studio. And once we've done so, we can look at the project that has been generated. And you can see that in the project, we have all the applications in place. Let's just fast forward because that now takes a moment. And what we're going to do is that we are now not, as a real-life developer, extending the coding right away, because every one of us, of course, could now go ahead with the Java coding. But let's just do a preview of the generated application, how this looks like. Going ahead, the build takes again a moment. And if it's ready, then we can see the application created. And you see, it's right away coming with the Fiori UI. It has the project name that we've just given it beforehand, and we can get started and work with the application. And no big surprise, as we connected to the OData service that we've seen beforehand. First, we configured XAML to be used. So that's why I'm authenticating with my according user. And for the OData service that we've seen beforehand, we get the same result set, but now visualized for the mobile UI and in the according Fiori style. So we go again into product categories, and there we can see the categories that we've just seen beforehand. So that's an easy start point to now create a native application that then meets all our individual needs. Good. Handing back to the presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, let's talk about our open source activities and community frameworks we are running at SAP. So first of all, of course, we are consuming a lot of open source frameworks. Also the platform you're seeing, 90% of the code we have relates to open source. So we are consuming, and I think that is really an impressive number, we are consuming over 1,500 open source projects per month. Of course, we are not talking always about new projects, but also new versions, right? And we are scanning that for compliance and vulnerabilities to also have a compelling and enterprise-ready offering, of course, for our customers. But we are not just consuming, we are also amongst the top 10 global open source companies on GitHub. We have over 750 contributors. A nice example is also the contributions to the Cloud Foundry open source project. Here we are the second largest contributor after Pivotal. We are close to 100 employees from SAP contributing to Cloud Foundry. So let's have a look at all the nice open source foundations and also noteworthy open source projects. First of all, of course, we are part of the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, CNCF. We are not only part, we are also part of the board of directors. So my boss, Björn Görker, is on the board of directors. The same applies also to Cloud Foundry. I'm in the Technology Advisory Board. And of course, we are also contributing to OpenAPI and the Eclipse Foundation since the very beginning. We have a number of very nice open source projects. And for me, and I have to admit I'm a little bit biased, the most important project for me is definitely the SAP machine. That's simply because I was part of the corresponding development team 10 years ago. So here we are talking about our own Java virtual machine we have at SAP. It is based on the OpenJDK, but we are bringing a number of additional features like profiling, like monitoring, like debugging on demand to the Java world. OrientDB, our graph-based database. We have the UI framework open sourced. That's OpenUI 5. Then we have the service manager. Maybe you know, in the Kubernetes world, we have the service catalog where you get access to all the nice services being deployed onto your Kubernetes environment. In the Cloud Foundry world, you are getting access to the cloud controller where you are registering all your nice services. But there are two worlds, right? So let's assume, for example, I have an application being deployed on Kubernetes, and I would like to consume the services running on Cloud Foundry. Not that easy. And therefore, we said it makes sense to bring those two worlds together. And therefore, we open sourced also our service manager concept, which is the integration point, right? So bringing the service catalog from Kubernetes and also the corresponding services you have deployed on Cloud Foundry together. But again, in a fashion that you can really consume the Cloud Foundry service in the Kubernetes environment via the normal mechanism you have on Kubernetes, and the same applies also the other way around when we are talking about Cloud Foundry. Then on top, we have the most important and most prominent open source project. That's definitely Project Gardener. I'll come to that in a second. It's a solution for providing Kubernetes as a service on all the hypercloud providers in order to spin up Kubernetes cluster per button press. Kumer, I mentioned that in the beginning, extension framework to our digital core, directly sitting on top of Knative, and also here, we come to that in a second. So Gardener and Kubernetes. So for us, Kubernetes is definitely one of the most important topics inside our SAP Cloud Platform. Our complete stack relies on Kubernetes. And here we are not just talking about, oh, I need to spin up one Kubernetes cluster or two. No, we have to spin up thousands of Kubernetes clusters for our customer. You know that in Kubernetes, there is no multi-tenancy concept. So that means, for example, when we are deploying our SAP Big Data Hub stack on top of Kubernetes, then the customer is getting a dedicated Kubernetes cluster, right? And therefore, we must have a tool in place which allows us to handle this huge amount of Kubernetes cluster we have in our environment. And that is exactly where Project Gardener comes into the game. It is not that we reinventing something new on Kubernetes. Here we are talking and using the open source contribution and distribution from the open source world, but we are handling the complete life cycle of the Kubernetes clusters via our Gardener tool. And here we are also talking about all the nice day 2 operations when it comes to update, upgrade, HR, backup, restore. That is exactly what we are doing with our Gardener tool. Let's go a little bit deeper and check how we are spinning up Kubernetes cluster. So in general, when we are talking about Kubernetes, you have a control plane. On the one hand side, the API server, the controller, the etcd, so the distributed storage. So that's the control plane of Kubernetes. And when it comes to an HR setup, in general, you need 3 nodes. And then you have the worker nodes doing the actual work. So when we are talking about 10,000 clusters, it looks like this. And also, and I think the same applies also to other companies and customers and partners, the control plane is in general completely underutilized when we are talking about CPU usage. So let's assume, for instance, we have 10,000 Kubernetes clusters. Then we are talking about 30,000 control plane nodes, completely underutilized. And that means, of course, waste of memory, waste of compute, and waste of money. And therefore, we said, maybe that's not the best approach, and we have to rethink how we are spinning up Kubernetes cluster. So first of all, we introduced the notion of a seed cluster. Here it is. The seed cluster is available per region and per hypercloud provider. So we have it once per GCP in one dedicated region. And this seed cluster, again, has a control plane and also a corresponding worker nodes. And this seed cluster is managing all the nice Kubernetes cluster we are spinning up for our customers. So we have 10,000 worker Kubernetes cluster and 1 seed cluster. And you can see there is no control plane inside our so-called shoot clusters. And the question is, where is now the control plane? And the answer is quite simple. We are using directly Kubernetes in order to handle the control planes of our shoot clusters. So we are using Kubernetes in order to manage our Kubernetes cluster, right? So that means the worker nodes of our seed cluster contains the control plane of our created shoot clusters. And therefore, we are saving a lot of money.
Good. Good,
and let's see
so
how it looks like in action.
Let me give you a brief idea how this looks like. So moving to the demo laptop, I'm going to show you the environment that we internally leverage and that we give to our stakeholders and to us as development teams to create Kubernetes clusters. So that's the UI that comes with the open source project and that we now use in order to log into our project space. Of course, all secure, so you've seen I'm authenticating via SAML to our identity providers too. And what you can see on the first side, let me go to secrets. So we have here a management environment, and of course I can bring my own secrets to my different infrastructure providers like AWS, Azure, Google Cloud Platform in order to spin up the clusters there. And you can see we've already done so. So I created various clusters in the different environments. I have something on AWS, Google Cloud Platform, Microsoft Azure, and our own SAP data center. Let's now go ahead and create a new one. And this is, again, very convenient in a wizard-based manner. So I can go ahead, create one for Google Next. You could guess on which infrastructure I'm going to provide it. And you see we support different versions of Kubernetes, and the latest version, 1.11, just released a few weeks back, of course, is available here too. On the next slide, we can add different types of worker groups. So in case we have different needs with regards to machine types, so if we have here some machine types for a certain class of services, we can add them as a separate group. And lastly, we can already define add-ons that we would like to add to this Kubernetes cluster and have auto-deployed like Monocular. And you can see Knative and Kima are some add-ons that we can deploy to our Kubernetes cluster too. So this is now going to create the cluster, and as we don't want to wait endlessly, let's take the other Google one that we created already. And then you can see from this management environment, we're just moving to the regular Kubernetes dashboards and can there continue working as we usually do. So moving back.
Thank you very much, Jana. And let's come to our last topic, and that is Project Kima. I mentioned at the beginning, that's our extension framework we have for our digital core. So whenever it comes to creating extension on top of the SAP Cloud Platform, we are now making use of the Kima framework. Kima is based on Knative. It is open source. It's available on GitHub. it is not a proprietary thing what we have invented here. We are making use of all the nice components you're getting from CNCF, be it Istio, be it Kubernetes, be it serverless, be it function as a service. So all the components you have there are also part of our Kyma project. And let's have a look how it works in the end. So on the left-hand side, you have our Mode 1 environments. At this time, we have our C4HANA system suite, for instance, but you can also have our S4 system or our SuccessFactors system, doesn't matter at all. And we have in the middle, we have the SAP Cloud Platform. We have Kyma being deployed on top of the platform. Again, Knative is running here. And what we are doing now in order to make use of our extension framework is, first of all, we have to register all those systems we have on the left-hand side on Kyma. So that's the first step. Then, of course, I would like to react on events happening in my Mode 1 environment. So let's say, for example, when we are talking about C4HANA, an order gets created or a shopping cart gets created, right? So business events happening in our Mode 1 environment. And we have a corresponding registry in the Kyma environment where we store all the nice business events happening in our Mode 1 environment. Of course, now I have the nice events in my Kyma. The question is, what should I do with that? So I need to have a framework which allows us to react accordingly. And here we are making use of function as a service. So that means whenever a business event gets raised on the left-hand side, we have a corresponding function or workflow in the Kyma environment, which allows me to use the complete business services, to use the complete innovation stack we have on the SAP Cloud Platform. So I can use machine learning, I can use the business services we have, any open service broker compatible service provider we can put in the service catalog and make them available in our Kyma framework to react whenever a business event on the Mode 1 environment gets created. And of course, the corresponding result gets triggered back into my Mode 1 environment. So let's have a look.
Yeah, sure.
Kyma
so
in
last
action.
demo, to give you an idea what this feels like. So as mentioned beforehand, we have a web shop. And what you can see within this web shop, which is of course built on top of C4, I'm already registered. So I'm a returning visitor. I already purchased some cameras here, and I'm now looking through the latest offers. Now, oh, guess what? There's a very nice pink camera. So that's definitely one I have to get. So let me add this to my cart, and let's check this out. OK, so we just take all of the details that I have here and just want to do express checkout. That usually should work. Come on. There's a checkout button. So we just go ahead and do the checkout of this item. And somehow that was a problem. OK, log in and checkout. We just take the details that I had in place. So all my shipping addresses, all my payment details, I'm just going ahead with, and I would like to purchase this camera. So far, this process is not a huge surprise, apart from that the button doesn't work the way I want it to. So it shouldn't be a big surprise, because that's something most of us do each and every day. And come on. That's always what happens with live demos, right? So let's give that another try. Let's open the web shop and let's do an express checkout again. So it's not a huge surprise what we are doing here. Each and every one of us is ordering regularly items via different web shops. And what's happening while we do this, we trigger a couple of events. So I created a shopping cart. What I'm now going to do is that I'm transferring this shopping cart into an order. And the interesting point is that I would like to react to this as a developer. So let's say, for example, at the moment we run a marketing campaign and would like to give some special discount if you order within the next 2 hours another item. In order to see within Kyma how we can react to those events, let's just look first at the connected systems. You see we have a commerce system connected, we can connect a marketing system, and this is really the environment that then allows us to work with those systems. Of course, now we're going to work within our production environment. And here you can see this is connected to the commerce solution that we've just seen beforehand. And what we have in place here is that we have two functions that we're listening to. When a new customer is created, or when an order is created, what I just did. So you can see in here that we have right away an editor where we can listen to the different events. That's now just a pure thing of the resolution, but you see there's various events coming from commerce that we can react on, and we just listen to the order created event. So you see we get the event data transferred, and the interesting point is now that we get from this event stream the order details and, of course, the customer details. Later down in the coding, we can see that a certain email is sent with a marketing campaign, and we have a small code here that adapts and updates an entry of our customers and says when's the latest order taking place. What this does is that it fills a MySQL database and that it updates the entry. What is interesting about this is that we see here the service catalog. So we can see what we've just explained beforehand, that you can see the different services from the different providers, be it SAP Cloud Platform, be it Azure, be it Google Cloud Platform. And here's, for example, the MySQL database that we use in this example in order to store the transactional data that we have in place. Now, looking at the last point at the application that gets generated, it's not the most fancy application, but it's an application that just reacted on this event. So we can see that Jana Richter has just at 4 p.m. created a new order. So we reacted on the event and we ran the application and just created this entry at the minute and at the second when the event was taking place. So back to the summary.
Thank you very much, Jana, and let's come to the summary. So what should you get home from this session? So first of all, definitely that SAP and Google is co-innovating on a number of projects. So Knative, Kyma is one of the most prominent one, definitely. The SAP Cloud Platform is the centerpiece of the Intelligent Enterprise Suite. So that is the glue code between our Mode 1 and between our innovation space. We have the business layer sitting on top of the open source frameworks, which is the key differentiator to all the other platform as a service offering in the market. And last but not least, we have also an ask for you. Help wanted. So involve and contribute to our community project, in particular Project Gardener and Kyma. That would be our ask towards you. And if you have any questions after the session, you can meet us at our SAP booth at 4:30. So thanks for your attention. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
welcome Injong Ri.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Well, I wasn't supposed to come here, but kind of my team asked me to come and be a cameo, and I'll try to be very short and brief about the kind of opening up this spot live sessions. Google. Well, this morning, you guys were in the keynote, and we had a kind of 3 new IoT products announcements, and it actually shows kind of insight on what Google is really actually doing and the vision or strategy that we're taking. The interest we are seeing in the field that a lot of the customers having the IoT the problems and applications, and we see this is an opportunity because it's actually where a lot of data being generated, and Google is essentially a data company, and our mission is to organize world data, and so and that is the kind of we see as this an area where our Google strength in in AI and big data, and then also a lot of this the analytics solutions, and those things can actually be a big instrument for a lot of our customers, and also providing the access to organize this data and access to a lot of them. Our key strategy, as you probably actually guessed, is really really AI first, and bringing AI as a really to front and center of everything. And so the announcement that we had was about the Edge TPU, is a custom hardware accelerator for the running TensorFlow Lite model, and then that's actually really optimized for the performance per dollar and performance per power consumption, and actually gives you really it kind of really enables a lot of applications you can imagine. It's when this TPU can combined with microcontroller that actually make running some processing and doing an input and output, and combined with the like a security chip that actually provide the root of trust and then also encryptions, and that actually really can actually be very disruptive in the market, and creating new opportunities, like making everything in the world really intelligent, and providing brain at a very low cost and with very high power efficiency, and without compromising the performance. And that's kind of really a small peek into what we're doing, but we are building really the whole end-to-end story of the cloud infrastructure for IoT, and then also the edge. And we're doing this not just by ourselves. We're actually in partnership with many partners, and there are certain areas that Google can do a good job, and because we know our algorithms and we know how to optimize for them. And then we also make those, the solutions actually available to our partners for them actually to make the product out of it. Also, we also recommend our partners to, to our customers, and vice versa. So actually, we drive on this ecosystem with the partners, and as well as our own technology innovations, and really pulling our own weight as a Google. So today we have a really beautiful, session, and a lot of good information and about more detailed information about Google's strategy on the IoT, intelligence, and security. And we have a good set of customers going to speak at the panel. And so I'm very excited to have all of you. And then and without much due delay, I'm going to open it up to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jung. So last session of the day. So thank you for being here. How excited are we about IoT? There were 17 sessions. Yeah, 17 sessions on IoT. A big keynote announcement. A lot of good news. I'm really excited to be here and talk about our vision for IoT. I'm Anthony Passmart. I head the product management team for our cloud IoT offering, and really excited to be here. So we all know we're living in a connected world. There's really no surprise now that IoT is real. What's really changed is that I could talk about the billions of devices that are going to be connected, but the reality is we're moving from connectivity to intelligence. Because without real intelligence, without real insights or actionable insights on the data that's generated by those devices, it's really hard to get a real return on investment. So intelligence is key to those investments. And the problem is those devices are generating a huge amount of data. And when we're looking at how much data that is, an IDC study said that in 2025, there's going to be about 40 billion zettabyte of data generated by IoT devices. And most of it is actually real time. And 40 zettabyte of data is about, 40 billion petabyte of data, if I'm not mistaken. That's a fairly sizable amount of data. But the problem is that with that much data, how do you get insight of the data? How do you analyze that data to really make meaningful decisions? It's really about, all that data and all that insight is really about connecting devices with application and people in a seamless way, in a non-disruptive way. It's really that data that's the glue between all those pieces of the puzzle, and we're trying to solve here. Oops, going the wrong way. So Google has been in the IoT for quite some time, especially working with intelligence on devices. So intelligence in the thermostat, intelligence in the car, intelligence in how you interact with your home devices, with a home gateway. And we've really learned from all those experiences, internal experiences, and brought last year a new platform called IoT Core, Cloud IoT Core. That's Cloud IoT Core is a managed service. It's available in your console today if you go to your GCP console. It is a managed service. You don't have to configure it. It scales up and down for you. It will allow you to connect millions of devices securely to the cloud very easily, from a little POC of a few devices to millions of devices with no issues. We're really trying to productize IoT Core the same way, bring that innovation to the public, to our customers, the same way we did with big data tools in the past. Like, you've seen Dremel, Hadoop, HBase, came from internal projects that came out and were delivered to our customers. So a little bit of that same philosophy here for IoT. We've seen great adoption since our launch. I mean, some great customers, you'll hear about smart parking. Aker BP as well will be on stage. So we've seen that traction of customers really transforming their business with IoT, really finding new business model, finding efficiencies, finding optimization everywhere they can. So it's all about operational insights. It's all about business processes and managing their assets, transforming their business with IoT. And it's talking to those customers, we're really looking at how we're going forward. So talking about customers, I would like to bring on stage Aker BP and Charten from Aker BP, Charten Næss, who's been using the platform. So Aker BP is an oil and gas company based out of Norway, and they've been using some of the platform, the GCP platform, through a partner called Cognite, and they're doing predictive maintenance and all that. But Charten, tell us more about Aker BP.
Thank you, Anthony. Aker BP is an upstream oil and gas company based in Norway. We are the fourth biggest company listed on the Norwegian Stock Exchange, so big in a Norwegian scale. Just short of 2,000 employees and have a daily production of a bit more than 150,000 barrels of oil. The Aker BP, as we know it today, is the result of a merger of a small Norwegian company called Det Norske, with a very dynamic culture, and also the big enterprise, the BP side, BP is asset in Norway.
It's a pretty impressive growth for a year and a half company.
Yeah, we are quite.
So what are kind of the key challenges that Aker BP is facing, and how is IoT helping with those challenges?
I think Aker BP have the same challenges as a lot of the upstream oil and gas companies. On the top, like we are an industry that's quite heavy, and we have the potential to have quite a bit of impact on the environment. Yeah. So I would say HSE, or really safety and environment, is really always on top. So that's something that we really like to use digital for. Yeah. And of course, profitability. That's driving down cost and increase production.
So, so how is it helping? Like, how is IoT helping with those?
I think they're in several different areas. And I think actually one of the things that we see quite good results from is actually very simple. It's just that based on the work that Cognite is doing, they are extracting a lot of data. We are pulling up to 1 million data points a second into our Google store. And based on these data, when we get them contextualized in the right way and push it back to the operators out on the platforms, that really helps driving better decisions, not really being very advanced. Of course, also predictive maintenance, predicting events is very important. And I think also these data really drives opportunities within kind of moving people out of dangerous zones and also moving over to a kind of unmanned platform. That's something we are kind of leading on also in Norway.
Oh, that's great. And anything else you'd like to add about your usage of GCP platform? Anything?
Yeah, I think like we are really impressed of the speed of the GCP platform. And I think also as an industry, we are kind of, unfortunately, a bit slow movers. And I think also the work that we are doing with Google really helps us moving faster. I think that's really good. Benefit.
Well, Kjartan, thank you very much. Thank you for your trust in the platform. Looking forward to innovate. So fantastic use case, with predictive maintenance, everything. We really love to work with Aker BP. So as we're looking now to the future and a little bit of our vision around IoT, really looking at IoT through 4 main pillars. One is around intelligence everywhere. You've seen this morning, we announced our Edge strategy. This is really about expanding all the AI and ML capabilities down closer to where it's needed. Serverless scalability, I talked a little bit about Cloud IoT Core and how Cloud IoT Core is serverless and scalable. We're really trying to make that across the entire value chain of our offering. Security, always #1 priority for us. And security in IoT is actually complicated. There's a lot of pieces that we have to deal with. It's from the manufacturing process to the boot of a device, to the communication, to the backend services. So we'll talk about that. And obviously our ecosystem of partners. IoT is not a game you play alone. You have to play with partners, and you have to build an ecosystem in every place of the value chain as well. So we really value building a big ecosystem for our partners, for our customers, sorry. So let's dive a little bit into intelligence everywhere, and particularly where we go with the edge. So Google has been known and is known today for a lot of the ML and AI innovation and the tools that we're providing. In this conference, you've heard about BigQuery ML, you've heard about AutoML coming out, you've heard about, probably about Cloud ML Engine. I mean, all those tools that we're building to really democratize AI and democratize ML for our customers, really trying to bring all that power to our customers. And this is particularly true in image recognition, for example, with AutoML Vision. That's a very impressive tool that you can get to use very quickly without being really a data scientist. So we've been glad this morning actually to introduce our Cloud IoT Edge. There is actually another session tomorrow morning at 9:30 that drills into IoT Edge. This is really listening to our customers saying, I love your AI, but I have some constraints at the edge that I can't really use your cloud platform to do that. Sometimes my internet connectivity is down in the case of Aker BP. Sometimes it's boats that are going, they can't be connected. Sometimes it's because the bandwidth constraint. You heard about LG this morning. They're taking pictures, like hundreds of pictures all the time. They can't send all those pictures to the cloud to do the inference and come back. They have to do it on site. Sometimes it's compliance. You have to get the data, you have to leave the data on site, and you can't send it outside of your premise. And there's a lot of reasons why Edge makes total sense, and we're really trying to bridge between cloud and Edge together. So Cloud IoT Edge is actually two components. One is our Edge ML component, which is a runtime to run TensorFlow Lite model. And to get a TensorFlow Lite model, you take a TensorFlow model that you train, maybe with Cloud ML, with ML Engine, or with Cloud TPUs in the cloud, and we'll compile that model for you into a TensorFlow Lite model and send it to the device. How do we send it? We have Edge IoT Core, which manages the security, the connectivity with the cloud, all the local processing, local storage, anything you need, you would expect as an edge device, that's handled by Edge IoT Core. This is in alpha right now. There's an early access program that you can sign up for today to get access to this. This runtime can run on Android Things, which is a fully secure and managed OS. So that's a full OS managed the same way we manage an Android device or phone, except it's for things, so it's been optimized. And we're also going to support Linux OS as well. And the big announcement was the hardware accelerator. So Edge ML will support, obviously, standard CPU, general purpose CPU, or GPU, or our Edge TPU. So Edge TPU was probably the most exciting thing. I don't know if you followed the news a little bit. There were so many tweets. I was like, whoa, this is actually pretty impressive. So people tend to like it. So you're seeing a little bit of the size here. You can fit 4 or 5 of them on a coin. Very small. Edge TPU has been really worked in collaboration with the AI research team, our software team, and the hardware team together to really bring a very purpose-built hardware for inference of machine learning models. So it's really that collaboration between the AI research and the hardware that make it possible with a very big focus on performance per watt and performance per dollars, trying to make it cost-effective so it can be everywhere, and trying to make it very low power so it doesn't consume a lot of power and you can put it on smaller devices. You don't have to have big heat sink and things like that. So we really believe that this Edge TPU will transform just dumb data collectors into smart collectors and smart devices and open up a whole range of new user applications. So this is really, really exciting. So the goal of Cloud IoT Edge, if I summarize, it's to enhance operational reliability, making sure it can work anytime. You don't have to worry about loss of connectivity with IoT Core. You can really deploy those models to the cloud and to the edge, and apply them where you need them most in real time, very low latency. We always focus on security, obviously, for the secure connectivity with Edge IoT Core, and keeping it cost-effective at any scale, because the more cost-effective, the more there's going to be out there. We also thought about how do you marry edge and cloud in a very closed loop of learning. And that was very important to us. We didn't just release an edge product. We wanted to make sure that edge product is an extension of your cloud in a closed loop learning. So this is kind of a visualization of the data flowing into IoT Edge. You can do some learning here. You can do some inference here if you want. But you can send the data through IoT Core to the cloud, put it in a database of your choice or a data repository of choice, retrain your model with cloud TPUs potentially, then send that model back to the device through IoT Edge to have a local execution. So that closed loop is very important because those devices are not static anymore. It's not just you send an ML model and you let it be. You'll improve it over time. Things can change. New problems can be detected with the images, and you need to be able to really effectively move those models, update those models through this life cycle. So we've seen LG this morning in manufacturing, very great use case. This is a $1 million saving per line. That's pretty impressive just by putting that intelligence at the edge. In retail, you can think about hyper-personalization of offers. This is an augmented reality view where discounts could be given to you based on who you are and your purchasing habits. In automotive, collision avoidance, detecting if somebody's looking at their phone, that would be pretty neat. That would avoid a lot of accidents. I mean, there's a lot of traffic routing. There's a lot of application for ML. So those are just a few examples where we've seen traction with some of our customers. So if I show you, we showed you the little TPU. If I give you that little TPU today, you're going to be a little bit in trouble. You won't know what to do with it. So we created a little SOM that I have here. That SOM, it's a system on modules. It's a full module which has a quad-core CPU on it, has a Wi-Fi, has obviously a root of trust and a crypto from Microchip, and it has the edge TPU, obviously. I'm not going to forget this one. So this is a sum that's production grade, so you can actually produce a lot of them. This will be available in October, so you can buy this in October and start playing with it. The other thing that we did, because same thing, if I give you this, you won't be able to do much, so we created that development board. This is our AIY team created the development board, so I can just slap this thing on it like this, and I clip it. I'm not going to do it. Oh, yeah, I did it. That was good. And then you have a full system, you know, with gigabit Ethernet and USB-Cs and all the things, HDMI. You can connect a camera to it. You can GPIOs. You can really play with that thing and really get going. This also will be available in October for you to play with. So we also work with partners on the edge TPU side. So really working with semiconductor vendors and some of the device analytics vendors to leverage the edge TPU into solutions for our customers. So some of those partners here are building either gateways or really leveraging the edge TPU for their use cases. So we're trying to really kickstart that ecosystem of partners focused on edge TPU and application of the edge TPU for our customers and for you. So let's talk about scalability. Now that you're all excited about edge TPU, you're going to have a lot of devices with intelligence. You're going to need some scalable infrastructure in the back end. So IoT Core, was, as I said earlier, was really meant to be completely serverless. And you can start with one device connected and ramp up to millions of devices in production without really having to shard, having to plan for memory, CPU, anything. It's just everything is done for you, and you're just going to pay as you go. And this allows you to go from POCs to pilot to a small deployment to your production really with no effort. And that's really a big game changer, we think, in terms of how it helps you in your digital transformation journey. So we innovated in the edge. Obviously, we also kept innovating on the IoT Core itself. And those are some of the features. Some are beta. Some are a little more early. For example, the Cloud IoT Provisioning Service. That's an early access. So this one is about enabling you to onboard and provision literally millions of devices without having to go one by one and provision them. So if you're buying a bunch of crypto, for example, with Microchip, you buy all those cryptos, they're going to give you a real ID and some information. You're just going to put that in the Cloud IoT Provisioning System, and all those IDs will be moved to your account, so you don't have to do that manually. We did things like Gateway, which is a way to pass through the authentication of IP or non-IP devices, pass that authentication to the cloud directly. So the gateway is not the proxy for all. You really authenticate the devices behind the gateway, even though they may not be IP devices. So that's an interesting one. We do groups. We do high-speed messages to the device. If you need 100 messages per second down to the device, we can do that now. And we added some extensive logging capabilities to debug your system. So a lot of features. We're going to keep going like that throughout the rest of the year and next year. This is kind of the core system being improved. Now I would like to welcome another customer that is really changing the game in farming. So John Friedman from Freight Farm. Freight Farm, you all know about Airbnb disrupted hospitality. We kind of view Freight Farm as disrupting the agriculture. So I'm happy to welcome Freight Farm. I think before we start, we're going to see a video.
That's right.
So I don't know if I click for this or not. No? Excellent. Well, thanks and welcome, John.
Yeah.
So tell us more about Freight Farm.
Yeah, sure, happy to. I did notice a few people kind of look at their session description. I know you're dealing a lot with containers as it relates to the GCP.
That's true.
This is a little bit different container, so you're going to be finding out about that today. But we use that as a pivotal piece of our infrastructure. We feel that shipping containers and IoT are actually great building blocks for the next level of food. We're looking to lower the barrier of entry for anybody who's trying to get into farming and make food supply a lot more accessible. So getting into this, we started looking at the data. But we were surprised to find there's not a lot of data in agriculture. In one of the biggest industries in the world, really hard to find consistent data to build around. And the reason for that is, there's a few reasons for that, actually. One, there's not a lot of environments that are exactly the same. So if you have a farm in one place of the world and another farm halfway across the world, the results they're getting and the things that they're doing, they're not going to match up.
Yeah,
so,
consistent, yeah.
so all that data is very siloed. Another reason is, as farms have been consolidated over the years, that generational knowledge hasn't been passed down. So we're in a very centralized global food supply system, and the things that have been leveraged are the crops, the chemical, and the genetic attributes of the crops have been really focused on. And the ones that have been prioritized are the ones that can withstand things like drought, are resistant to pests, and they can travel really far and hang out on the shelves for a long time. So you notice I didn't really say anything about taste or variety or flavor or anything like that. So if you are a chef and you're looking to get a unique thing on your menu and you want to make a dish that's just very signature to you, that's going to be a really hard task with our current food system. Yeah. If you're in sourcing or you're in any type of food business where you're trying to bring innovation to it, it's going to be very difficult for you to get something that's only grown in a specific part of the world shipped all the way to you in the quantity that you need. So it's very familiar to minimum order quantities you see in global manufacturing. So what we were inspired by was actually 3D printers and that technology and how that shifted a segment that really couldn't get into the game of prototyping or small run manufacturing, and put that in their hands so a lot more innovation could happen. Right. So that's where we came in and said, hey, is there a way that we can build a platform that's accessible to everyone, uses some infrastructure that already exists in the world that everyone has some logistics support for, that's the shipping container, and IoT, which allows us to get a lot of that transparency and traceability that everyone's looking for.
Yeah. So tell us more about IoT then.
Yeah.
How is that helping?
So IoT is what creates those environments in the farm. So it's Internet of the environment for us, right? When our customers are looking at the farm, they're looking at all the components that make up the perfect scenario inside the unit. So let's say you're just getting started. The IoT is going to be what basically sets the environment around a certain crop attribute and heightens that across the way. So let me give you an example. If you are looking into IoT as a way to orchestrate all the different components, you can, in any environment, create an environment that's halfway across the world. So we have customers in Puerto Rico, Dubai, Detroit, all over the place, and inside that farm, it's the perfect day of summer every day of the year. It's a very unique environment in there. We can also create environments that are not of this world with IoT. So you could take the nutrients composition of Italy, and you can match that with the air quality of Salinas Valley, pair that with the CO2 density that would be next to an active volcano, as well as giving the plant the light spectrum that it really wants.
I really want to taste that lettuce now.
Don't you? So yeah, so IoT is a really essential piece for us to build these environmental recipes to match what's out there in the world, but also to create things that aren't of this world.
So your customers, the chefs or the farmers,
yeah,
they use a mobile app to do all that.
That's right.
Can you show us maybe what you have here?
Yeah, I'll give you a little.
Let's pray the demo god a bit. I don't know if it would.
Let's see. It looks like it's casting.
So can we cast on the screen? Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So what are we seeing here? That's a real farm, right?
That's right. So I will keep it upright for this demo. So this is what any farmer who's bought a Leafy Green Machine, that's what a free farm's called, they would see this no matter where they are in the world. Inside the farm, they might use it as their remote control. Okay. So if they wanted to turn something on and off really quickly, they're going to use this same app. So let's, for instance, this is actually a live farm in Boston, Massachusetts right now. Okay. This is at our headquarters. So let's go ahead and we're going to turn on the lights. So all the devices are connected. We're just going to, beautiful. We just turn that on. And now if we do a quick refresh, we should see the lights start to turn on in succession. You'll also notice that the front lights are linked to the back right lights, the front left lights, and the back left lights. So that ability to pair, link, and create relationships within the farm is all within their fingertips. Wow. We can also set programs and like timers around that. Right? Yeah. We do call them recipes, yeah. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. Now let's say I've turned a few things on and I really like kind of what I got growing there, but I want to track kind of what that's doing to the rest of the farm. So you can pull up your historical analysis and see what effect maybe one of the things that you've turned on has on another thing in the farm. So that's great because you can really start to tune the balance of things based on your needs. Excellent. So you'll be able to look at things like water temperature, pH, the amount of nutrients that are in the water, CO2 in the air, humidity, temperature. And there's a whole range of devices that you can pair, create dependencies around, put on timers, things like that. So let's say I'm really happy with what I got here. Cool. I'm going to go over to the program section. These are all of the things that you can map out. Different dosing schedules, different lighting timers, set different day and night times. And then you can save that recipe. You can save that recipe as a unique thing for you, or maybe you want to get another farm that's halfway around the world. Say you're a chain restaurant and you want to have a unique lettuce on your bun. That can be something that you save and port to all of your farms. But you can also pull from a community of recipes that other farmers have created, or we have created for you to improve your performance of your farm. So actually, last year, we developed a recipe to improve the efficiency of all models all the way back to 2015 and updated all those farms at once. Nice, nice. So with this and with Cloud IoT, we see this as a way that we can continuously improve these farms over time, use machine learning tools to basically do this updating for us and always choose the best path.
Excellent. Wow. John, this is awesome. Thank you very much for your trust.
Thank you.
Thanks. Let's talk about security now. Security is almost my favorite project. That's where I started my career, actually. So I've always been keen on having great security for us. And at Google, we take security obviously very seriously, and trying to look at it from the ground up. The Google Cloud Platform itself is built from the ground up with security in mind, and IoT Core is built on top of that platform. So we really try to think about security from an end-to-end standpoint. You're going from the devices, the connectivity, the edge, the platform itself, and the application. But today I really want to focus more on the device side rather than the cloud side. By now you probably have seen a lot of session around that. And one thing we've done differently when we launched IoT Core is the way you authenticate devices to the cloud. We use what we call a JWT token. So I mean, we don't call it, it's a standard. It's a JSON Web Token. It's pretty common to authenticate against APIs. So we use a JWT token to do the authentication of the device to the cloud. The cloud is authenticated through a standard TLS session, but then the device uses a JWT that it signs with a private key and authenticates itself with a corresponding public key in IoT Core. It has the same level of security as a TLS mutual authentication, but it has a lot of benefits. It has no dependency on the TLS stack. It's very small in footprint. You can easily upgrade your TLS stack without disrupting your application. And it can also authenticate non-IP devices, because non-IP devices can create a JWT, pass it to our gateway, and send it to cloud for authentication. So a lot of really good benefits. And actually, to demonstrate the power of this, we have partnered with Microchip to release actually what is fundamental in IoT. This is the first 8-bit MCU that is securely cloud connected. Yes, this is the first 8-bit MCU that is cloud connected. This is really a revolution, because 8-bit has been there for many years, 15, 20 years. People have been buying 8-bit. People know what they are. They're cheap. They're really available. But until now, everybody was saying, oh, no, for IoT, 32-bit, let's go big, let's go big. Well, actually, you don't need to. you can take this 8-bit, and because our stack is so small, because you use a JOT token to authenticate devices, that entire JOT authentication can be handled by a crypto that's on there. And the whole TLS is in the Wi-Fi module itself. So because it's so small, it fits in there. If you use mutual auth, you cannot do that. So this is only kind of Google specific, if I wish, if I can. So this is really a cool thing. This is going to come probably around October. Will be available around October for you to purchase. But this will really put IoT everywhere very securely, which is super important. So finally, let's talk about our ecosystem. We talked about the ecosystem of Edge partner. That's great, but there's really a lot of partners that we want to work with. One noticeable ecosystem that we like, in May this year, we actually announced that we joined the LoRa Alliance. We really like that connectivity layer. So we're working with partners like the Thing Networks or Obgenius in France or My Devices, all really good partner in the LoRa space. That's something we really like and we're going to pursue our effort into. But we really look at partners across the entire spectrum, from device partners to application partners, to service partners, to really serve end-to-end solutions to our customers. So this is just a sample of some of the incredible partners we have, and we're really happy to support. Our goal is to make our partners successful so our customers are successful, and that's really key to our strategy when we partner. So now I want to bring Jen Bennett. Jen Bennett is part of our office of the CTO, and she's been working with many customers, helping them in their digital transformation. And so Jen's going to talk about a few customer use cases and how she's trying to create an ecosystem of businesses, actually. So Jen, thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's great. Thanks to our customers. So, Anthony mentioned that there's a number of industries that are being transformed by IoT. And to be honest with you, there's not a customer that I've talked to that hasn't been thinking about or embarking on a journey in IoT. So it is transforming all industries and across the business, from customer engagement to product lifecycle management to risk management and even operational efficiencies and effectiveness. So it's really this idea of transformation within the industry. And as we think about that, this is really a catalyst for new business opportunities, this IoT data. And not only that, creating ecosystems that can leverage the data in new ways to drive new value. So why you embark on an IoT journey may be for one particular reason, but then that data starts to become invaluable in a number of different business cases. And so this idea of democratizing data is really, really key to the future of IoT. Let's look at an example. So this is a customer of ours. So Midas out of Europe, not too dissimilar to Midas here in North America, provides automotive services to their customers. And they do this across a number of European countries. But with the growth of the connected car, they could see that their market was being disrupted. And in their words, they said, we had an opportunity to be daring, to disrupt ourselves and become part of this connected ecosystem. And so Midas partnered up with Z, who provides an OBD2 dongle that attaches to the vehicle to provide data from the vehicle. And then they partnered up with a Google Cloud partner, Tellme Plus, who specializes in building machine learning models. And these machine learning models that they built were all around predicting failures. In this particular case, they started with battery failures. You're in your vehicle, you go to start it, it doesn't start. Not a delightful experience. So again, Midas partnered up with Z, who partnered up and created this ecosystem with Tellme Plus to build a machine learning model that could take this data from the vehicle and predict battery failures. Of course, this is only the start. There's many other things that they're going to do, but what this enabled them to do was to become a driver companion to their customer. So now they've built an app that can provide information about the maintenance schedules, that can provide information about predictions on what might be coming and happening. It can also provide geolocation information and many other things in the future. They've become the driver companion and part of the ecosystem. Of course, they're looking to roll this out to about 100,000 customers, but it doesn't stop there. This data, you can imagine, can be leveraged for them to drive down their operational costs managing their inventory. Having that spare part available before you even get there. I don't know how many of you have taken your vehicle in only to find out they didn't have the part you needed. It just happened to me recently. And then, not only that, but who else could value from this data? The OEM, the vehicle manufacturers, all this plethora of data that they can now leverage to understand their customer better. It's an ecosystem. It's an ecosystem built on data. I'd like to welcome up John Hurd from Smart Parking, the CTO of Smart Parking. Maybe he can shed a little bit more insight on another example, all related to smart cities. So John, welcome.
Thank you, Jen.
Maybe give us a brief overview of what you do with Smart Parking.
Yes. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And let me just tell you a little bit about Smart Parking. We're a company based out of Melbourne, Australia, but we have offices in New Zealand where we do our development, and we have sites in 17 countries around the world where we are about reinventing the parking experience for you, for various customer experiences. So there are the customer experience for the enforcement officer. I know you hate them, but making their lives efficient and much more effective. Changing the experience of finding a car park that's in a city, so that you know that a car park is just round the corner. You don't need to keep driving round and round looking for that car space that may not be there. We also provide payment and interaction for allowing you to do payment for your parking right there from your smartphone, or also connecting to your existing infrastructure, the payment machines on the streets. And by the way, we do both on the road parking and also off-street parking in multi-stories. And so where you see some car parking spaces where they have the red and green guidance lights, that's the sort of stuff that we do around the world.
Great. Maybe tell us a little bit about some of the challenges that led you to partner up with Google.
Good question. As we have been starting to talk more and more with our customers, we're seeing a change in the conversation that we're having with our customers. It's no longer just about parking. It's actually about how do we change the city experience? How do we make our lives within our environments more effective and efficient? And parking, because it's actually a well understood, we know about paying for our parking, it pays for that initial establishment of the IoT infrastructure for a city. And so what we're seeing is that Smart Parking is actually deploying and delivering the initial pillar or tent pole, which enables a city to start to broaden their intelligent services within the city. So it reaches out into other things, such as public broadband and smart rubbish bins or garbage bins, smart street lighting, and so on. It's essentially unlimited. But that required us to look at the characteristics of what that type of information now requires. We need to connect to anything, because if that central gateway on the street lamppost is doing parking, it's also now going to need to connect to other things. And so we needed a new class of system that was not just about parking, not just about just dealing with those transactions for parking, but essentially connecting to anything, communicating with anything, and then processing that information in smart ways, which are not just about parking, but for smart cities.
Talk to us a little, we've talked a lot about Edge. Talk to us a little bit about Edge and your thoughts on this new opportunities at the Edge.
Yeah, Edge is really critical to our real world. As we know, sometimes when you try to make a phone call, you can't connect. Sometimes when you have really time-dependent things, the time it takes to do a communication transaction to a back-end computer, cloud system may be too long. An example is we process many thousands of images per day, and we recognize the number plates of cars. And that number plate is used to raise a barrier arm because you've pre-registered, for example, to go into that car parking lot. Now, if that barrier arm does not open within about 2 seconds, you're starting to create a queue of vehicles outside that parking space. And that really becomes critical, especially at 10 to 9 in the morning when you need to get into the office. Well, more importantly, it creates congestion also. So the edge computing, just one example of how the edge computing is really critical, is to do that processing in real time right there where you need that information. And that edge computing needs to be quite intelligent as well. And that's actually what we're so excited about the edge TPU capabilities, because we can start to do a whole variety of intelligence right at the edge to guarantee real-time latency.
Yeah, no,
That's just one example.
Fantastic. You know, I was talking to a retailer, and you know, they always think about inside the four walls. And I said, you know, one of my biggest frustrations is finding a car spot. So when I talk about ecosystems, it's like, how can we take now that smart parking that navigates you through that journey that you do in a day, you know, whether you're parking to go into a building or going to the store, right? So this ecosystem, and you know, I know that you probably face this quite a bit. It's really about how do we start to enable these ecosystems.
Exactly. You know, it was interesting. John just commented about, you know, the Internet of Farm, and I was just thinking as he was speaking, we're creating the Internet of Parking for you. That's what we're doing, and actually, that's the mission that I feel very passionate about. We're reinventing that experience. And it's an experience that we currently live with, and it sucks. And so the opportunity here of not just the parking and changing that dynamic, but making it more cohesive and more personalized to what I'm trying to do. It's not just about parking. Usually, I'm parking there for some other reason. Right? I'm trying to get to a store, or I'm trying to get to the office, or I'm trying to do something else. And it's an inconvenience right now. And that's what our mission is, to actually
Well, you guys have been a tremendous partner. We thank you for your partnership, and thank you for joining us today.
Thanks, Jen.
Yeah. So, you know, as we think about connected things, you know, one of the things that's really critical in IoT is this idea of location intelligence. And Anthony mentioned Google's, you know, we've done a lot with connected things, but it's no surprise, I'm sure, that we have a lot of work into location intelligence. So if we take, you know, the very best of maps and routes and places, and we start to apply it to things like asset tracking, or perhaps efficient routing for some of the most complex fleet itineraries, tracking or visualizing your connected assets. Most importantly, no matter where they are, all around the world, right? This is geolocation, both inside and outside, geocoding, distance matrix, real-time traffic, real-time road conditions, all at your fingertips. Such a key asset to the ecosystem of IoT, and we're very, very proud of the work that we've done in collaboration with our Maps team as well. So no matter what you're tracking, you know, this solution, this integrated solution can really help you start to manage your bottom line, grow your top line, and manage the risk as well. Let's look at a few examples. So Vagabond is a company that provides technology and operations for the food and beverage service industry, so vending machines. And they embarked on this journey of an IoT solution where they connected vending machines, getting information about stock, getting information about the cash in the vending machine. But what they were really looking for to combine with that was this idea of precise geolocation. And you can imagine these vending machines may not always be in the easiest places to locate. It could be in the third floor dormitory, or it could be in a back alley, right? So this idea of having world-class geolocation was really, really critical. And now they can overlay that vending machine information on precise location so that their drivers can be very efficiently routed for restocking activity. And they've been able to drive some tremendous improvements in terms of both the top line growth as well as managing their bottom line and theft. So theft has been reduced about 15% off the top line. So some really great example. Another example is a company out of Australia called Fleetminder. And they provide vehicle and asset tracking solutions in about 12 countries. And really what they wanted to do was be able to visualize the location of these vehicles and combine it with some of their GPS technology that they have, giving dispatchers not only location information, but really optimized routes. And so you can actually see now even the real-time surrounding information and really start to drive a whole lot of use cases. For example, being able to understand maintenance activity and where the closest maintenance shop would be for that driver. Some really great results from Fleetminder, about a 50% decrease in overtime, which if anybody who's been in the trucking industry, this is a huge problem and a huge cause of turnover is their time away from home. So some incredible efficiencies that have been gained through doing some of these things, not to mention really reducing the incorrect deliveries. So this has been really game-changing in terms of their business value. So we talked about IoT delivering new insights. Anthony mentioned intelligence. We talked about intelligence at the edge. We've talked about scalability and really taking the opportunity to drive new business. And we talked about how IoT is enabling an ecosystem. I'd really like to pull all those pieces together with you and share a video. So can we roll the video, please?
West Oakland is surrounded by 3 major freeways, and it is downwind of the Port of Oakland, which is the 5th largest port in the country. The community is a real blend of land uses. There's warehouses next to homes, and it's only been recently, in the past half century, that we've realized that this is a bad layout for public health.
We have had clusters of cancers related to respiratory problems.
What makes airborne pollutants so dangerous is that they are not always visible to the human eye. EDF and Google brought together other partners to collect, measure, and analyze air pollution data in Oakland.
So Google brought in Acclima, who equipped our Street View cars with their Acclima Environmental Intelligence platform, which captures scientific-grade air quality measurements.
What we've done is miniaturized basically an air quality laboratory into the car, so it's able to provide high-quality measurement at fast time resolution.
EDF partnered with academic scientists to analyze the data that we received from the Google Street View cars. The measurements and analysis have shown elevated levels of black carbon and nitrogen oxides in Oakland. These types of air pollutants typically come from the burning of fossil fuels, cars, trucks, and other industrial sources.
We're really beginning to see in much higher detail what the air we breathe on the ground in the neighborhood looks like.
We hope this new data can empower local communities and community groups to advocate for cleaner air.
So you can see quite an ecosystem already being formed around collection of data from vehicles in air pollution. But this ecosystem is growing even more. In May of this year, Kaiser joined into the ecosystem. And now what they've done is take that data and combined it with electronic medical records from residents who live in this area and did a study around how that is impacting, a block-by-block analysis of the health risks from air pollution, the most detailed analysis of its kind. So we're really, really proud of this partnership, this ecosystem that's forming to solve new problems, to solve old problems with new approaches. Really, really thrilled about this. So, if you want to learn more about IoT, we have a breakout session tomorrow in the morning. Anthony mentioned this about the IoT Edge. We have a showcase on the, we have an IoT area in the showcase in Moscone South, but we also have a lot of information online, and I encourage you to go there and check it out. With that, our session will be completed. I'd ask for you to provide any feedback in the mobile app, and I hope and thank you for joining us. Once again, I'd like to thank John from Freight Farms. I'd like to thank John from Smart Parking, and I'd like to thank Jarton from Acre BP. Tremendous customers, tremendous partners, and I hope you guys have a great rest of the next event. Thanks so much for coming.